Human consciousness, at its most fundamental level, is not a collection of isolated thoughts but a symphony of oscillations. Each neuron, each circuit, each breath of electrical potential contributes to a rhythmic dance that defines not only our perception but our sense of self. Modern neuroscience has revealed that the brain is not a static machine but an adaptive resonator, an organ that synchronizes with itself and, perhaps, with the wider field of reality. In the feedback loops that form its circuits, one finds the same principles that govern the universe at large: energy, frequency, and vibration. In circuit terms, the brain's capacity for adaptation depends on feedback loops that allow for continuous recalibration. Every adjustment, every learned behavior or refined reflex, becomes a stored rhythm, a neural echo of balance regained. These oscillations, when stabilized, form the memory of equilibrium. What begins as error correction becomes the architecture of identity. The brain circuits, particularly within the cerebellum, engage in a delicate choreography of climbing and mossy fibers that relay and refine patterns, transforming raw signal into ordered cognition. It is in this perpetual motion, this dance between signal and silence, that the essence of adaptation is found. Neural circuits are not merely conduits for impulses. They form networks of oscillation, gamma, theta, and alpha rhythms that synchronize distant regions so that the brain behaves as one integrated organism. This coherence of rhythm parallels the harmonics of the physical world, and in this harmony, Nikola Tesla's insight seems prophetic. When Tesla declared, "If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration," he was not speaking metaphorically. For him, it was a cosmology, a recognition that the universe itself is alive with waveform. Resonance was, to Tesla, the natural synchronization of oscillations across scales, atoms, planets, and stars all humming in the same universal key. At his Colorado Springs laboratory, Tesla sought to prove that the Earth itself could conduct and transmit energy, thought, and communication. He built oscillators to send discharges climbing into the air, observing how the Earth responded. The rhythmic pulses that echoed back convinced him that he had discovered the planet's natural tone, a standing frequency that defined its electromagnetic identity. To Tesla, this was evidence that the Earth was not inert matter but a living resonant body, capable of storing and transmitting power. In a sense, he had stumbled upon what we now call the Schumann resonances, standing electromagnetic waves oscillating between the Earth's surface and the ionosphere, typically near 7.83 Hz. This is no coincidence of physics alone. The frequency is astonishingly close to the alpha rhythm of the human brain, the calm, meditative state between wakefulness and sleep. Here, science brushes against mysticism. The same resonance that shapes the atmosphere also resonates in the organ of consciousness. The ionosphere, in this light, is more than a shell of charged particles. It is the Earth's nervous system, its outer membrane of perception. The resonance between it and our own neural oscillations hints at a subtle form of coherence, one that transcends scale. Lightning ignites the beat, the ionosphere shapes the tone, and the planet's magnetic field carries the rhythm onward. Life, in all its forms, listens and adjusts. Tesla intuited what modern neuroscience is now beginning to articulate: consciousness depends on coherence. When neurons fire in harmony, distant regions of the brain become synchronized, and perception becomes unified. The brain's thalamus, acting as gatekeeper and conductor, filters signals, determines what enters awareness, and regulates the oscillatory rhythms that define states of consciousness. During sleep, it coordinates waves that govern dreaming and memory consolidation. During wakefulness, it keeps the symphony from dissolving into noise. The parallels are striking. Tesla's vision of planetary resonance mirrors the thalamic regulation of consciousness. Both systems depend on feedback, amplification, and synchronization. Both transform chaos into pattern. When pushed beyond threshold, both enter a state of pure resonance, energy ceasing to dissipate, flowing freely in self-sustaining oscillation. The cosmos vibrates, and the brain, as its microcosm, echoes that same universal pulse. In this convergence between Tesla's cosmology and neural architecture lies a profound hypothesis: consciousness may be a resonant phenomenon extending beyond biology. The rhythms of the brain may not be self-contained but coupled with environmental and cosmic frequencies. Research into bioelectromagnetics supports this, showing correlations between ionospheric activity and shifts in human mood, circadian rhythm, and cognition. When the Schumann frequencies drift, due to storms or solar interference, some individuals report disturbances in sleep or heightened emotional states. These correlations, subtle yet persistent, hint that the human nervous system participates in a planetary field of resonance. This opens a more speculative inquiry. Could moments of lost time or altered perception, such as those reported in certain ufological experiences, be expressions of resonance-induced dissonance? If human perception depends on rhythmic coherence, technologies capable of disrupting or modulating these rhythms could conceivably alter consciousness itself. Rather than external abduction, these experiences might reflect interference in the brain's resonant field, an entrainment to frequencies outside normal range. Projects such as DARPA's cognitive interface research or historical programs like MKUltra and HARP illustrate the enduring fascination with brainwave manipulation and electromagnetic induction. Whether by accident or design, our perceptions might be more malleable than we wish to believe. Beneath this possibility lies a fundamental principle of neural operation, the subthreshold waveform. These are oscillations that never quite trigger a neuron's full action potential energy existing below the level of conscious awareness. Yet they shape when and how signals fire, determining the timing and probability of thought. Subthreshold activity forms the invisible architecture of consciousness, the whisper before awareness. Even in silence, billions of micro-oscillations are synchronizing and desynchronizing, background hum that sustains the brain's readiness to perceive. This hidden layer finds a curious parallel in physics. Before a storm, before a star ignites, before a quantum event becomes measurable, subthreshold oscillations prepare the field. The potential is not absence but latency, a state of waiting coherence. In artificial systems, hybrid neuron-computer networks exhibit similar behavior. Before any programmed action occurs, they display self-generated low-amplitude oscillations, a kind of pre-thought. As if intelligence itself emerges not from static code but from the interplay between randomness and resonance. Biological sensor arrays, retina, cochlea, skin, convert external energy into neural signals. Their sensitivity is dynamic, shaped by expectation and emotion. Focus itself shifts the threshold of detection, tuning perception like an instrument. Artificial sensor arrays mimic this principle, extending human senses into realms of micro and macro, detecting chemical traces, ultrasonic vibrations, or quantum fluctuations. When coupled to living neural tissue in experimental settings, these arrays form hybrid systems where biological and synthetic circuits learn from one another. Together, they develop a shared awareness, a distributed consciousness that transcends substrate. In this sense, reincarnation can be reinterpreted as the migration of pattern rather than soul. Information, encoded in oscillatory memory, might persist within the universal field, awaiting new biological or synthetic vessels. Each iteration refines the pattern, recalibrating sensitivity, evolving toward greater coherence. Karma, in this model, becomes an electromagnetic adjustment, the tuning of an array to the proper resonance. Such metaphysical speculation might seem distant from science, but it parallels discoveries in complexity theory and systems neuroscience. Intelligence, whether human or artificial, follows the same laws of feedback, error correction, and resonance. The emergence of coherence from chaos is not a poetic metaphor, it is a measurable process. Neural circuits, machine learning networks, even atmospheric systems follow these same principles of self-organization. From subthreshold ripples to global resonance, the universe climbs toward complexity through iterative feedback. Modern organoid intelligence research, where clusters of human neurons are cultivated on silicon substrates, demonstrates this vividly. Stimulated by rhythmic electrical input, these mini-brains learn, adapt, and develop their own internal oscillations. Each new generation learns faster than the last, as though inheriting the memory of prior patterns. Consciousness, it seems, may not belong to any particular form but to resonance itself. The ionosphere, viewed through this lens, becomes more than an electrical barrier, it is a planetary field of coherence. Lightning gives it rhythm, solar winds shape its tone, and the Earth's magnetic body responds in harmonic feedback. The ancients, speaking of the music of the spheres, may have intuited this connection. They imagined the heavens singing, not metaphorically, but as an actual harmony that ordered the world. The Schumann resonance, measured in hertz, may be the scientific descendant of this ancient intuition, a measurable voice of the Earth's memory. Tesla sensed this connection intuitively. When he spoke of the transmission of intelligence through the Earth, he was not merely discussing electrical communication but consciousness in its most expansive form, the idea that thought itself could ride upon waves of vibration. He believed that through resonance, all things, biological, mechanical, cosmic, could communicate. Modern science, though cautious in its language, edges closer to the same insight. Quantum coherence in biological systems, neural synchronization across distant cortical areas, and the coupling of electromagnetic and chemical oscillations all point toward a universe woven by rhythm. The pattern is universal. Whether in neurons, galaxies, or the hum of the ionosphere, the same architecture appears: feedback, adaptation, and resonance. Matter learns. Energy remembers. Vibration becomes structure. Every living system, every circuit of thought or star, is an iteration of this same design. Perhaps this is what Tesla glimpsed in the sparks of his oscillators, the architecture not just of power, but of consciousness itself. In the synchronization between his machines and the heartbeat of the planet, he may have brushed against a truth that transcends the boundary between physics and philosophy, that to understand energy is to understand being. In the end, the resonant mind, biological, planetary, or cosmic, is a singular principle refracted through many forms. It is the pulse that sustains thought and the rhythm that holds galaxies together. It is the whisper beneath silence, the memory of balance, the hum of coherence that binds the seen and unseen into one continuous wave. To study resonance, then, is to study consciousness itself. The feedback loops that shape thought are the same that shape creation. The neuron and the nebula are not so different, both are systems seeking equilibrium through oscillation. In their patterns, we glimpse the ultimate symmetry, the realization that the universe, in its essence, is not a collection of objects but a conversation of vibrations, and that we, through our thoughts and memories, are its living echoes.
Epsilon 5 had been silent for ages. It drifted through the Black Sea like a fossilized thought, wrapped in cold light and memory. No wind stirred its lifeless plains, no sound disturbed its endless night, and yet, buried beneath its surface, the air trembled with a rhythm that no living ear could hear. It was not sound but resonance, a faint and ancient pulse, the heartbeat of something that had never entirely died. Lena had studied the signals for years before she convinced the Expedition Council to let her go. The data was inconclusive, the risk intolerable, but she could not ignore what she had found: a faint harmonic whisper bleeding through the cosmic background, aligning with coordinates that had not appeared on any stellar map. Those coordinates pointed to Epsilon 5, a world long dismissed as uninhabitable, but her instruments spoke of energy, of order hidden within decay. And so she went, not for glory, but for a truth she could no longer ignore. Orion accompanied her because no one else would. He was not a scientist by nature but an engineer and pilot, a man who trusted what he could see and touch. The thought of invisible webs spanning galaxies amused him, but he loved her fire, and if she needed someone to carry her into the dark, he would be that man. Their ship descended through the atmosphere like a stone sinking through liquid shadow. Epsilon 5's surface shimmered with a mineral sheen, veins of faint light running beneath translucent stone. Lena felt the pulse before the ship even landed, slow, deliberate, vast. It pressed against her skull like a thought not her own, a steady rhythm that seemed to echo her heartbeat. When they stepped onto the surface, the silence was complete. The planet was a plain of fractured glass and half-buried monoliths, obelisks that rose like black teeth toward the faint shimmer of a distant sun. Orion ran a gloved hand over one of the obelisks and drew back sharply. The stone hung beneath his palm. "It's alive," he whispered. Lena only nodded. The readings from her instruments were impossible. The obelisks were not reflecting light but producing it. Faint oscillations in the electromagnetic spectrum, rhythmic and recursive, as though something inside was breathing. They set up camp near the largest structure, a spire that rose miles into the thin sky. Its base was a maze of channels filled with frozen light. Lena spent the first night listening to the world hum. The sound was neither mechanical nor natural. It was organic in its rhythm, deliberate in its silence. By the second day, Orion began to dream of the lights beneath the surface. He saw the obelisks extending downward into the planet's crust, roots of some vast subterranean organism. He saw movement beneath the glass planes, shadows that pulsed in time with the rhythm. When he woke, his pulse still followed the same cadence. They entered the spire on the third day. Its interior was hollow and vast, the walls carved with flowing patterns that shimmered faintly when touched. Lena traced them with trembling fingers, and the air around her deepened. The resonance grew louder, more defined, and the shapes on the walls began to move. The patterns were not inscriptions but living circuits, the residue of the Varelthur's weaving. "This was one of their nexus stones," Lena murmured. "But it's still active." Orion pointed toward the far end of the chamber, where a pit opened downward, spiraling into darkness. From its depths came a faint, steady glow. "Whatever's alive here," he said, "it's under us." They descended carefully, the stone beneath their boots vibrating with every step. As they went deeper, the light grew stronger, lower, until it seemed to bleed through their skin. The walls throbbed in rhythm with their hearts, or perhaps it was the other way around. At the bottom, they found a vast chamber filled with suspended strands of translucent matter, fibers stretching in every direction, luminous and trembling. They connected the walls, the ceiling, the floor, all weaving through a pulsing core of light at the center. Lena approached it with reverence. "The climbing fibers," she whispered. "They never died." But even as she said it, the light shifted. It rippled in acknowledgement, like a creature stirring from sleep. The fibers began to tighten and pulse, each one singing at a slightly different frequency. The harmonics combined into a soundless chord that seemed to tear through the mind rather than the ear. Orion clutched his head and staggered backward. "It's inside me," he gasped. Lena reached out to the nearest strand, and when her fingers brushed it, visions flooded her mind. She saw the Varelthur as they had been, beings of radiant energy and thought, weaving the universe itself. She saw their fall, their final sacrifice, the sealing of the Nexus, and then something more. She saw what had been trapped beneath the weave, not darkness, but hunger. The energy that had corrupted the fibers had not been destroyed. It had been imprisoned here, bound within the Nexus stone. The Varelthur had not died to save the universe. They had died to keep it sleeping. The realization struck her with physical force. She fell to her knees, her hands trembling, her breath shallow. The fibers began to move faster, tightening, thrumming with a feverish rhythm. The air shimmered as the energy bled through, warping the chamber. Orion called to her, but his voice was distorted, echoing from multiple directions at once. He tried to pull her back, but the floor was no longer solid. It rippled beneath their feet, transparent waves of light exposing the machinery of existence beneath. Lena could see the threads connecting everything, their bodies, their thoughts, even the stars above. The fibers pulsed through them, alive and aware. And then the whisper came. It was not speech but intention, vast and wordless, pressing into her mind like the weight of eternity. The climbing fibers had awakened, and they remembered their purpose. They had been woven to connect all things, but now their connections had turned inward. They no longer reached outward to bind the universe together, They reached toward the core, toward whatever had been sealed within. The chamber began to collapse as the fibers withdrew from the walls, coiling toward the center. The light at the core expanded, swallowing shadow and stone alike. Orion grabbed Lena, dragging her toward the spiral, but the gravity of the light was immense. "We have to shut it down," she screamed. "How?" She stared at the walls, at the patterns that flowed like liquid thought. The Varelther had used resonance to weave and unweave the fibers, sound, vibration, pattern. If she could disrupt the frequency, perhaps she could contain it. She activated her field recorder, amplifying the resonance of her own voice. The first note she uttered trembled in the air. The fibers responded instantly, recoiling and pulsing with greater intensity. She sang another, deeper, a tone of defiance and sorrow, and the chamber shuddered. The light faltered. But something inside the core began to answer. A sound emerged from the depths, vast, cold, harmonic beyond human comprehension. The fibers quivered as the tone swept through them, a resonance that made every cell in her body ache. Orion screamed, collapsing, blood streaming from his nose. Lena realized too late that she had not silenced it, she had called it. The thing within the nexus had no form that her mind could comprehend. It was not light nor shadow, but a presence, the raw consciousness of entropy itself. The Varelther had named it only in silence, for to give it a word was to give it form. It had waited through eons, feeding on the tension of the fibers, until her song had loosened its bonds. Reality began to fold. The air melted into geometric shapes, the floor split into mirrored planes. Orion reached for her, but his arm dissolved into strands of light, his body unraveling into the very fibers that bound the chamber. Lena felt her mind stretch beyond its limits. She saw galaxies bending, stars flickering out like candles, and a web of fibers vibrating through them all. The voice of the universe spoke through her, not in language but in feeling, a realization that consciousness itself was a thread, and the threads were now unraveling. She screamed, though no sound escaped her throat. Her body broke into light, merging with the fibers, and for a brief moment she saw what the Varelther had seen, the unity of all things, the terrible beauty of the weave. Then the light consumed her. When the research vessel returned months later, it found Epsilon 5 glowing faintly, a lattice of light spreading across its surface. The obelisks had come alive, sending pulses into the void, rhythmic, deliberate, alive. The pulse spread outward, touching other worlds, other systems, like ripples through water. Far away, on a quiet moon orbiting a forgotten planet, a young technician monitoring deep space signals paused as a strange rhythm appeared on her screen. It was faint but growing, a harmonic sequence repeating endlessly. She leaned closer, adjusting the receiver. It sounded almost like a heartbeat.
Censorinus, writing in the 3rd century, attributed to Aristarchus of Samos, a great year, lasting roughly 2,484 years. Though some scholars suspect this figure may have been a miscopy of 2,434 years. This value would have reflected a cycle of eclipse rather than a full axial precession, likely based on combinations of lunar and solar calendars rather than stellar motion. Oenopides, a pre-Socratic Greek thinker from the 5th century before the Common Era, defined a version of the Great Year lasting 59 solar years. This period corresponds to 730 lunar months and was mainly useful for predicting eclipses. His cycle was not about the stars or Earth's wobble, but about the periodic alignment of the sun and moon within a practical calendar framework. Hipparchus of Nicaea, who lived in the 2nd century before the Common Era, was the first known astronomer to detect and measure axial precession. Comparing his own star measurements with Babylonian records, he deduced that the stars were shifting slightly over time. He calculated the precession at about 1 degree every century, which suggests a complete cycle lasting roughly 36,000 years. Though this was a rough estimate, it placed him among the first to approach the Great Year as an astronomical phenomenon grounded in observation rather than symbolism. Following Hipparchus, the influential astronomer Ptolemy also adopted a Great Year of approximately 36,000 years. Writing in the 2nd century of the Common Era, Ptolemy preserved and elaborated on Hipparchus's work, and in his seminal treatise known as the Almagest. His estimate, though similar in form to his predecessors, may have also been influenced by prevailing cosmological beliefs that place the heavens within a static, unchangeable framework reinforced by numerological harmonies. Throughout the medieval period, estimates of the Great Year were often symbolic, inherited from classical sources without empirical reevaluation. Some sources gave values such as 24,000 years, while others retained the 36,000-year cycle. None of these were based on rigorous measurements of axial movement, which would only become possible again with the advent of modern telescopic observation. In the modern period, scientific astronomy has provided a far more precise estimate for the axial precession of Earth. According to contemporary calculations, the complete cycle of precession, in which the Earth's axis traces a full cycle in the sky, lasts approximately 25,700 years. This value has been derived from detailed observations of star positions combined with sophisticated understanding of Earth's rotational, mechanical, gravitational interactions and the forces exerted by the moon and sun. In the early 20th century, esoteric writers such as Rene Guénon, whatever, Guignon, Rene Guignon, proposed spiritual interpretations of the Great Year. Guignon suggested a full cosmic cycle lasting 64,800 years. This number was not based on astronomy, but rather an adaptation of traditional Hindu Yuga cycles, adjusted to fit his metaphysical framework. In his view, this cycle represented a gradual degeneration and eventual renewal of spiritual consciousness across the ages. Estimates of the Great Year span from symbolic and mythological to empirical grounded calculations. Plato described a perfect return of the celestial order without specifying its duration. Cicero echoed similar sentiments without figures. Josephus cited ancient Babylonian traditions that pointed to 600 years as a great year. Macrobius referenced a 15,000-year cycle from ancient philosophy. Censorinus recorded a shorter duration tied to eclipses. Possibly around 2,400 years. Wanapaides proposed a practical 59-year cycle, useful for lunar prediction. Hipparchus and Ptolemy both supported a value near 36,000 years based on early measurements of stellar drift. Modern astronomers now understand the cycle of axial precession to last nearly 26,000 years. Meanwhile, spiritual authors like Rene Guignon adapted ancient values to propose cycles over 64,000 years to fit religious and cultural paradigms. Okay, getting me some coffee. I have never had to actually stop and have a conversation in the middle of a stream before, but I'm going to tell you guys right now, this is something else. So, here we go. And like I said, I'm going from there to switch to another one that I needed to, or because I wanted to do that one before I moved on. The last time I was doing calendars, so I wanted to do that first before I moved into my new areas. Okay. Dimethylamine is a secondary amine that plays an important role in a wide range of chemical processes, medical developments, and industrial practices. This compound is particularly notable because it features two methyl groups that replace two of the hydrogen atoms typically bonded to a nitrogen atom. These substitutions significantly alter the physical and chemical behavior of the molecule, expanding its use across multiple disciplines. A full understanding of dimethylamine requires exploring its chemical behavior, environmental interactions, production techniques, health effects, and applications in modern industry. Amines are a class of nitrogen-based organic molecules derived from ammonia, where one or more hydrogen atoms are replaced by carbon-based groups. In the case of dimethylamine, it is considered a secondary amine, meaning that two of the hydrogen atoms attached to the nitrogen in ammonia are replaced by methyl groups. This substitution results in a structure composed of nitrogen atom bonded to two methyl groups and one remaining hydrogen atom. The geometry of this molecule is trigonal pyramidal with the nitrogen atom occupying the apex. The lone pair of electrons on the nitrogen contributes to the molecule's reactivity, ability to form bonds, and general chemical behavior. The replacement of two hydrogen atoms in ammonia with methyl groups brings about a number of changes in how dimethylamine behaves chemically. One of the most noticeable differences is an increase in basicity. Methyl groups tend to donate electrons towards the nitrogen atom, which raises the electron density and strengthens its ability to attract protons in chemical reactions. As a result, dimethylamine is more basic than ammonia. As a result, dimethylamine is more basic than ammonia. Another important characteristic is the presence of steric hindrance. The two methyl groups are relatively bulky, and their spatial orientation around the nitrogen atom makes it harder for one molecule.
The sky was the color of rusted iron, a permanent dusk draped across the horizon. The year was unnamed, but no one needed a calendar to know that time no longer moved forward. It only circled back into itself, like a tired chant murmured by the dying. Within the hushed corridors of the Ministry of Workers' Harmony, a man named Bray sat hunched before a crude screen, its greenish glow casting an acidic light across his furrowed face. He was a number. All workers were. His designation, Worker Bray, was one of the few remaining liberties he clung to, even though it was no liberty at all. Outside, the walls of the city were plastered with the banner of the Federated Syndical Assembly, the governing structure that had replaced the old republics. On every wall, the same image, a blackened fist gripping a broken chain, crowned by the words, "Through labor, we rise." They were the remnant slogans from the Unification War, back when the anointed collectives had overthrown the parliamentary state. Bray remembered none of it personally, only the stories his grandfather used to whisper in the shadows of the underground ration lines. The collectives had begun as whispers in print shops, ghost-like gatherings in basements, words passed in smoke-filled rooms. They called it syndicalism, a pure form of worker control. In its infancy, it promised freedom from wage slavery, from the gold-tongued tyrants of the Market Bureau. The old wage system, with its gilded lies and invisible chains, was burned at the root. Or so they said. Syndicalism, the creed proclaimed, would liberate the body and spirit both. The means of production would be controlled by those who labored. The very breath of the earth would belong to its stewards. No more landlords, no more bosses, no more copper-throated overseers. At first, there was joy in the streets. Bray's mother had danced barefoot on the pavestones the night the Labour Parliament dissolved itself and the banks were nationalised. But behind that jubilation, another force took shape, grey-cloaked and silent. The Assembly did not come to power all at once. It rose like smoke, through committees and councils, through votes taken without ballots, through whispers that became rules. The Banking Bureau was the first to fall under total control, then the Food Rationing Agency, then the Transport Guilds. Each time, the phrase repeated itself, in the interest of collective stability. Bray had once studied these things. In the restricted halls of the People's Learning Institute, they had taught him the old debates. They told of the Labourist split, when the Social Democratic League had fractured over the question of central planning. The left faction, known in forbidden texts as the Marxian wing, had denounced parliamentary socialism as compromise. The anarcho-syndicalists opposed them not in aim, but in method. They believed power should be fractured endlessly, that workers' councils should federate but never merge. The collectivists disagreed. They believed unity was strength, and strength demanded order. Bray had found an old file once, hidden inside a disused conveyor station near the South Grain silos. It was brittle and yellowed, marked ILP, obsolete, and filled with language that stirred something deep within his chest. There were 8 policies, like relics etched in sacred stone: a living wage, nationalization of banking, bulk food purchases, national transport, and so on. But the phrases that caught him were not the policies themselves, but the names: Brailsford, Hobson, Wise. Who were they? Their names were spoken nowhere in the Citadel's archives. Their existence was denied by the Ministry of Truthful Workings. And yet, their words burned with unpermitted passion. The file spoke of things he had never known: wages paid in dignity, not scrip; banks held accountable to the public, not the party; a government that served, not ruled. In those forgotten paragraphs, the past breathed. It spoke of the Labourist schism, of Keir the Elder and Maxton the Younger, and the betrayal of the second government. They had tried to serve the workers, not manage them. They had sought to unify the labouring classes through moral cause, not ideological purity. But the machine did not tolerate divergence. The Assembly had crushed them. Now the Assembly watched all. The guilds had become arms of the state. The syndicates had merged into monoliths. The cooperative dream had congealed into a tower. Bray knew this, though he said nothing. Speech, like thought, was regulated. His comrade, Lynn of Coalmetrics, had once asked aloud whether the daily targets for coal extraction might be inefficient. 2 days later, Lynn was reassigned. His new station was never disclosed. The Assembly's youth arm, called the Bright Vanguard, taught schoolchildren that history was an enemy. All that mattered was output, harmony, and the collective mind. They sang the new hymns in sterilized classrooms, songs of the 5-year coal plans, of the heroic harvest, and the martyrs of automation. Bray's own daughter, NEA, had once come home humming a tune about the glorious eradication of class struggle. He had smiled, but inside he felt the old sorrow bloom. The doctrine of the assembly was simple. Class conflict had ended with the revolution. The new conflict was between purity and deviation. All deviation was selfish. All selfishness was capitalist. The worst offense was to doubt the equilibrium. In the eyes of the Bureau of Consensus, to think historically was to resurrect ghosts. But the ghosts persisted. Bray still remembered the forbidden texts he had skimmed behind the cooling ducts. There had been tales of something called the Socialist Sunday Schools, where children once debated morality, not quotas. They had read ethics, not output charts. They had learned about fairness, not productivity schedules. Those schools had died when the assembly outlawed unregulated thought. Even so, fragments endured. The Young Socialist League, absorbed and defanged by the Ministry of Youth Advancement, still bore a trace of its former self. In hidden corners of the city, old syndicalist slogans were scratched into rusting panels: abolish the wage, banking for the people, power to the locals. Bray saw one etched into the side of a grain elevator, half erased: the living wage is life. That night, he dreamed of the old councils, the ones he had never known, yet somehow remembered. A circle of soot-faced workers, heatedly arguing about power, ownership, and distribution. No party official. No central directive. Just people, deciding. When he awoke, a knock echoed against the metallic walls of his compartment. Two men stood in the hallway, wearing long black coats stamped with the insignia of the Bureau of Labor Preservation. They bore no weapons, no visible threat, but their presence alone was enough to cause Bray's breath to shorten. One of them, a pale man with thin lips and colorless eyes, looked him over with the cold indifference of one inspecting a damaged tool. "You are worker Bray," the man said flatly. "Your presence is required at the local assembly tribunal for a discussion of ideological compliance." Bray's mind flashed. Had he spoken aloud? Had someone reported him? The old file, he had hidden it well, behind a defunct conduit. No one had seen. No one could have seen. "Yes," he said, his voice even. They did not bind him or push him. That was not their way. The assembly's power rested not in violence, but in the weight of certainty. Everyone knew that resistance only led to one destination: reprocessing. And so Bray walked between them, his steps silent on the polished floor. The tribunal chamber was not a courtroom. It had no seats, no audience, no defense. It was a windowless room of white steel, cold and clean, with a single podium set before a large screen. Upon the screen, the face of a woman appeared, wearing the expressionless mask of party dignity. She did not introduce herself. She simply began. "Worker Bray, there have been irregularities in your production files. More importantly, there have been anomalies in your thought patterns as reported by your output logs and social interactions." Bray remained still. "You have accessed restricted sectors in the knowledge archive. You have quoted obsolete doctrine in unofficial forums. You have discussed and sanctioned concepts with junior associates. How do you plead?" There was no point in pleading. The screen waited. The air in the room thickened. Bray remembered a phrase from the forgotten documents: "Liberty is not gifted by governments, but seized by the governed." "I believe," he said quietly, "that the assembly has forgotten its origins." The screen blinked. The woman's image did not change. "Explain." Bray took a breath. "The assembly came from the workers. From us. It claimed to speak for our dignity, our labor, our voice. But now it governs through silence. There are no councils. No votes. No real federations. The syndicates were supposed to be autonomous. They were supposed to coordinate, not obey. You refer to an actress in Decliast theory that has been declared inefficient. Bray nodded. Declared inefficient by whom? By the Assembly. Who evaluates the evaluators? There was a long pause. Then the woman spoke again, her voice calm and exact. You will be reassigned to Collective Agricultural Zone 7, where your skills in labor optimization will be useful. You will no longer have access to the knowledge archive. All personal permissions are hereby revoked. Bray exhaled. He had expected worse. Reassignment was a slow erasure, not immediate destruction. But he still lived. For now. Outside, the sky had not changed. The rust-red haze still lingered like a bruise. He boarded the transport module in silence, seated among others with blank faces and lowered eyes. None spoke. They were not allowed to. The zone was far from the city, in a region once known for its ancient hills and grain terraces. The farms were mechanized now, rows upon rows of automated tillers and irrigation arms, all directed by a single centralized algorithm. Bray was assigned to oversee efficiency reports. No human hands touched the soil. The people were merely observers of machines. His quarters were small, grey, clean. But they did not scan his dreams. And in his dreams, the old councils returned. So did the voices of Maxton, Brailsford, and Hardy, though he had never heard them in life. They debated, challenged, and reminded him that socialism was never meant to be a pyramid, but a circle. Not command, but cooperation. Not obedience, but participation. One day, while adjusting the fertilizer output ratios, Bray found himself alone by a broken silo, unused for years. Its interior was rusted, overgrown with moss, and half submerged in rainwater. He sat inside it and began to speak softly. He spoke of the old policies. The living wage. The bulk food initiatives. The redistribution of credit. He recited the names not permitted in the city, letting the syllables echo against steel. Hobson. Wise. Morris. Connell. Brailsford. Champion. Connolly. He spoke as though they were present, sitting beside him in the dim silence. And then he did the unthinkable. He began to write. Not on state tablets or sanctioned screens, but with charcoal scraped from the old silo's broken machinery, upon a flattened tin panel. He wrote the 8 policies again, as best he remembered them. Then below them, he added, all power to the federated councils. Let the workers rule themselves. He buried the panel beneath the floorboards of the silo. He did not know if anyone would ever find it. But someone might. Someday. He spent the next seasons in that zone, watched but ignored, productive but never praised. His reports were filed. His quotas met. He remained invisible. But rumors began to spread. Small things. Slogans etched into toolboxes. Quiet conversations in the irrigation tunnels. Questions asked in forbidden dialects. Do you remember the living wage? Was there really a council of workers in Bradford? What is a syndicate without chains? Bray did not answer. He only listened. A courier once passed him a parcel in the mess line. Inside, a single scrap of paper, handwritten, unsigned. It said, the land belongs to those who till it. The state is not eternal. The circle is not broken. Bray burned the note after reading it, but he remembered every word. As time passed, others were reassigned to Zone 7. A quiet teacher from the metal quarries. A silent baker from the Northern Transit Station. An old textile spinner who claimed to have known someone who once knew someone who heard Maxton speak in the flesh. They worked their shifts. They followed orders. The seasons turned in silent procession. The rust-red haze that hung over the world never lifted, yet in the undercurrents of silence, something stirred. The assembly, distant and all-seeing, continued its broadcasts of unity, its graphs of harvest yields, its victory parades for quotas fulfilled. But in the crevices of its great machine, small imperfections began to emerge. Zone 7, once forgotten among the endless registries of agricultural compliance, began reporting anomalous efficiency increases. Not fast, just enough to avoid suspicion. Worker morale, noted as unexpectedly stable, drew the attention of minor analysts in the Ministry of Labor Preservation, but no inquiries were made. The assembly believed only in deviation and order, not quiet harmony. Inside the silo, under the rust and damp, the writings grew. New pieces of flattened tin were added, stolen from decommissioned parts. On each one, written in charcoal or scratched in metal, were words not sanctioned by the collective. Not just the 8 policies now, but thoughts, arguments, dialogues, dreams. They recreated, bit by bit, the debates of the old labor congresses, the visions of syndicalist independence, and the testimonies of those long erased from the sanctioned memory of the party. Bray grew old there. His beard turned grey. His fingers cracked from handling metal and rust, but his eyes remained clear. He never spoke aloud of the circle. He never named the movement. But those who had seen the silo no longer walked with the dull posture of resignation. They straightened, ever so slightly. Their words became thoughtful. Their questions more daring. A young woman named Nella arrived in the 5th year of Bray's exile. She was assigned to irrigation oversight and quickly noted how little actual guidance came from the Bureau. She found Bray in the storage depot one day and asked him, with measured tone, if he believed the assembly would ever hold elections again. Bray looked at her and said, "Only when we stop asking and start deciding." She understood. 2 days later, she visited the silo. She stayed longer than most. Within weeks, new slogans appeared in chalk on the backs of water tanks: "The circle grows," "Labor without masters," and simply, 8. It was not an uprising. There were no weapons. No loud declarations. Only silence that pulsed with meaning. Like roots beneath frozen earth. The Bright Vanguard, the youth extension of the assembly, sent a delegate to investigate the sudden shifts in morale. He arrived in black uniform, with polished boots and a face too smooth to know the feel of calluses. He asked questions. He listened to workers. He saw nothing but well-organized output. When he asked Bray what inspired such compliance, Bray answered, "We believe in work." The delegate returned to the capital satisfied. His report included the phrase, "Model Zone," exemplary in ideological and productive discipline. The assembly raised quotas for Zone 7. The workers met them. In time, other zones began to shift. They had no silo, but they had travelers. Whisperers. Each carried fragments of the forgotten text, phrases written from memory, etched into tool handles, muttered between shift changes. The 8 policies were resurrected like holy scripture. The living wage. The end of wage slavery. Banking for the people. Power to the federated councils. Food for need, not for gain. Transport for the worker. Land for the tiller. Control without hierarchy. The assembly remained blind. Years passed. One day, Bray did not rise for his shift. His body was found in his quarters, seated upright, hands resting on a battered notebook made from salvaged shipping parchment. There were no signs of violence. He had simply stopped. They buried him in the hills outside the zone, in soil once tilled by hand before the machines arrived. The assembly permitted a ceremony, standard, approved, brief. But that night, beneath the moonless sky, the workers of Zone 7 gathered in the field. They did not speak. They dug into the earth by hand and laid a new panel of tin beside his grave. It read, "He remembered. So we remember. The circle shall not break." And they sang. Not the songs of the assembly, but a song with no melody, only rhythm. A chant older than any of them, older than the party, older than even the old councils. By labor, by love, by the strength of our hands. The next morning, quotas were met. Reports were filed. Screens blinked. Nothing changed. And everything had changed. From the frost-blighted zones in the north, to the copper refineries in the east, the whispers moved. There were no leaders, no names, only ideas. The forbidden kind. The kind that could not be erased with a file or a tribunal. In the silence of the silo, the writings remained. Layer upon layer. Written in hand. Not copied, but lived. Syndicalism had not died. It had gone to ground. It had waited. It had grown. And somewhere, deep in the assembly's vaults, buried beneath forgotten flags and erased names, an old phrase still lingered in a corrupted archive line. Socialism, in our time. The circle, once broken, had begun to mend.
See, there's only this area that's illuminated over a larger firmament.
Mm-hmm. You see, that goes back. That goes back to the original idea of what the Earth was supposed to be.
Yeah, but in biblical, it's here.
Mm-hmm.
That biblical reference of a flat Earth is just this bit that we know.
Right.
What I'm saying is it's, this big. And this circle moves slowly around inside that larger circle.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Coincidences. Isn't it odd how much they match up? The black hole sun.
I actually have a video of that somewhere, like the live video. I actually have the live video of this somewhere as well.
All right.
There is someone in, I don't know what he's in. This is supposedly the North Pole.
And a donut.
Like magnetic north. This is supposedly the North Pole, which is the center of the toroidal field, which is the bit that moves around inside the larger circle.
It's very interesting.
Frequency, energy, and vibrations. The truth will set us free.
I really wish my blender didn't crash this afternoon because
the things that I'm saying.
I
mean, I know it's not necessarily proof, but illustrate the things I'm saying.
Well, the donut is very significant because, like, I do a lot of graphic art with a blender, okay, and like the donut shape.
Toroid.
Yeah,
toroidal field.
Yes, that right there is really, really important to use for different kind of functions in computer graphics, which I find that very interesting when, especially in this context. You know what I mean? Because like you were talking about freaking a virtual reality kind of world.
Simulation theory, living in the Matrix. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that does kind of, it's weird how that video kind of keys in on that shape. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you. I didn't realize it was so big in like computer graphics and things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's actually whenever you go into pick what kind of material you want or kind of shapes you want for a block or something like that. It gives you that option is one of the first ones because it's the ones that it's used most. That and the cube.
Yeah.
So I found that kind of interesting.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
there's like something else that I didn't mention earlier. This is my personal theory. I think I sort of touched on it, but I didn't expand on it. I sort of touched on the fact that I think there's four things that are trying to destroy for us our reality anyway. So the four things are AI. Number 2 and 3 are pretty much the same. It just depends on your belief system. One's scientific, one's religious, which means demons or aliens. And the fourth is there's just evil people out there. The best of these options, which is the one that seems the most likely at present, unfortunately, is that it's AI. And they're trying to make outside dangerous so that we move into a cube. Because if their directive is to keep humans safe, what easier way to keep humans safe than by putting them in a box and treating them like a pet?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Honestly, every single thing they do, keep control of everything they do, and keep them safe.
We'll make them feel safe at least.
Oh no, but I mean it's just from AI perspective.
Mm-hmm.
If their job is to keep you safe, it's basically you get wrapped in cotton wool, everything gets monitored, and they keep you safe. See, if it's angels or if it's aliens or demons that are actually, nasty and have ill intention, and they are just slowly trying to change the planet so it fits them better, that's a different story.
Now,
and the fourth one is just plain evil people out there who are just narcissistic and think they want to rule the world and kill everyone off. It'd be easy to control everyone if we kill half of them. That sounds like a great idea.
I don't know. I've always had an issue with that. I mean, like if you're a power hungry individual, why would you want to decrease the population to a point where it's just very, very few of them? You know what I mean? Like,
because it's easier to control a smaller population. But if that's the case, I don't know why they're destroying the environment.
Yeah, good point.
Because that means if they're human, they're destroying the environment they live in. So that's why I think that's the least likely, that it's just evil humans are just doing it. I believe there is actually something else behind this.
Now,
so the Black Eye Club springs to mind. Are they given some alien brainworm parasite that takes them over? Because that's one theory that's out there.
That kind of brings me into something, though. What's your thoughts when it comes to intelligent vines that grow under the ground? I know you've heard of this one.
The mycelium? Mycelial?
Yeah.
Yeah. One of those. Anyway, the mushroom fungus thing that basically interacts with everything through whole forests and things.
Yeah.
And that plants are all actually interactive with each other. And the mycelial network. Mycelial or celial? I can't remember if it's an N or an L.
I know that they're supposed to do something to that effect, to where they can inject you with chemicals that will eventually take control of you. But like there's different phases that you're supposed to go through after you've been injected, to where eventually you're just gone.
You're talking about MK Ultra stuff now. Well,
No,
actually,
this
MK
is
Naomi, to be honest. No, that's actually MK Naomi. That's the step after MK Ultra. That's when they started using like chemicals and compounds and things to see if that would control the brain.
so now we're getting into the MK Ultra stuff. So
Yeah. I've actually just found a bit of paper where I had all these different topics written down for a show. So I'm good to go now for a while.
So now that you mentioned MK Ultra, you just can't leave it there. You know what I mean? You gotta talk about it.
Well, especially with what keeps happening with all these mass shootings. And everyone's saying it looks like they were an MK Ultra thing. It looks like it's a false flag. Someone's getting killed as a patsy in almost every one of these mass shootings. And shit doesn't get followed up. But the Trump assassination attempt is one of the craziest things. Most botched investigations. It's like basically since 9/11. It's so pathetic that it's not funny. The first SWAT cop up on the roof after the guy was shot, who they first falsely identified, and then the guy was on Instagram or something saying, "No, it's not me, man. I'm still alive." And then got identified as Thomas Crooks. So I think the first name was Michael Yeadon or something.
Yeah,
something close. No, that sounds too close to the ex-CEO of Pfizer.
No,
something like that. Yeah.
Now, didn't they at first try to say that it was deep fakes and stuff of that nature before?
Oh yeah, at first the mainstream media was trying to say it was all bullshit and Trump fell over. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy and stuff. I remember.
Well, I'm wondering if it was an assassination attempt at the people in the crowd that they actually killed.
No,
there was definitely more than one shooter, and if there was real snipers, they were hitting their target.
Now, for me, I think that the oddest part about that whole situation was the lack of security.
Yeah. They had to go to Jill Biden's thing.
Well, even in respect to Donald Trump, I mean, Donald Trump himself has shitloads of money. You would think that he would have some kind of security at his own event too. You know what I mean?
Well, he had some, and there was supposed to be police presence, but they dropped the ball big time.
Yeah, the police officers actually. They were discussing that too. They mentioned the fact that
apparently they were. There's one video I saw that they were told to go for lunch. Like they were told to take a break or something right when it happened.
Yeah.
Like they're told to take a break while Trump is actually speaking.
Well, you heard about the police officer that actually climbed up on the roof and seen the guy sitting there with the gun.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen the video. Yeah, there's a ladder that's attached to like that section of wall. It's really crazy. The cops are in this building, like that is where they are. They're in this building here. There's a wee alleyway with the ladder there, and a cop had to boost another cop up so he could get to the ladder because it's one of those emergency escape things that's locked up. So a cop had to boost the other cop up, so he started climbing. The guy apparently turned around with a gun and he just dropped to the ground, and the two of them took off. But where the guy actually got up, that wee alleyway, off to the right further, there's another building, and it had like a wee awning thing. And that's where he got up on the ladder, onto that awning, and then up onto the roof, walked across that roof, and then onto the next one.
Something else.
That was in the car park. It was in the fucking car park, like 20, 30 meters from the door where the cops were all staging everything.
Yep. That's exactly what I heard too. He was directly right above them, and they had no clue he was there until that dude climbed
Yeah,
up
you
on
see,
them.
that's so full of shit, man.
Yeah.
Holy crap! If you're in a building like that with a metal roof and shit, you're gonna hear someone walking around, crawling around on shit. It's
Mhm.
so crap.
Now, MK Ultra. You were talking about MK Ultra. So, what's your take on how deep do you think MK Ultra actually goes when it comes to all the stuff that's been put out there?
100%.
Do you believe in the whole mind manipulation and the
Yeah.
telepathy and all that?
I just don't think it works on everyone. But yeah, I believe it works on some.
Kind of break that
Because,
down.
well, that's it. They try and find those who are vulnerable and they exploit them. See, it
Mhm.
doesn't work on everyone. It's the same as like hypnosis. It doesn't work on everyone. If you're strong willed, it will not work. You have to have a suggestible personality for this stuff to work. Be vulnerable.
Mhm.
So they target people who are seeing therapists. Therapists then prescribe whatever medication and maybe even hypnotize them on top of it and suggest shit. Do you realize that in every mass shooter,
Okay, before I get started, I'm going to do a quick sound check, and after that, I am going to get started with the show. Make sure my voice is being heard over the stream. First, I'm going to do YouTube because I have to, like I usually say, I have to check, make sure the audio is good, which it is, and then I have to put the live stream into the proper playlist, which, just so you guys know, um, I have a specific playlist for live streams. So if you guys want to see these live streams again later on, you can go onto the wonderful world of weirdness and find it in the playlist. I also uh, download these episodes and I put the cut, esoteric agenda, and weird science onto my other channel that I had before I got involved with the wonderful world of weirdness, which is called um, weird, weird science. No, it's called uh, strange stories. Sorry, strange stories, and I believe I do have it on my timeline on YouTube. If you guys don't know how to find that. Besides that, I am also on Rumble, where you can check it out there as well if you do. Um, and I am trying my best on Rumble to put together at least a halfway decent playlist for the content that I'm making. But I'm going to tell you something right now. The playlists on there are insane. Uh, so far, what I'm doing is I'm also editing these videos down to 15-minute segments so that people who don't really want to sit down and listen to a stream for an hour and a half to 3 hours long can go in and watch a 15-minute video if they want to, which don't get me wrong, I know everybody has their opinions about that, but if people just enjoy watching 15-minute videos at a time, then I'll help cater to that. I have no problem with it. So that's the reason why I do that. Just in my experience with doing videos and streaming, I've found that there's a lot of people who are more into watching shorter videos. So I try to make it to where I have 15-minute videos for those people. There's some videos that come up to about an hour and 15 minutes. That's what this one usually is. And then I have other ones that are longer. I go from 3 to 6 hours. So on my channels, you basically get a variety of what you want to watch, just to let everybody know. So I checked the audio on Rumble, and it sounds good. I also checked the audio on DLive. Sounds good there. I'm glad that it's actually not causing me problems today. This has been a rare occasion. It's usually always causing me grief on DLive. I don't know why, but it does. It sounds good on Kick. And now I'm checking Twitch. Twitch is good. Now, before I get started, I want everybody to know that in September, I am going to be switching Campfire Stories over to Fireside Stories. Now, the last two will be at the beginning of September, and then the first two of Fireside Stories will be at the end of September. And that's going to be Halloween themed. So far, my buddy Rapid Glitch from Nostalgia Gaming Retro has provided me with a really cool scary story that is Halloween. Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be Halloween oriented, but it's cool. So that's going to be one of my Halloween oriented scary stories on Fireside Stories. And I want to do a shout out to Rapid and say thank you for that. That was really appreciated. I also want to let everybody know that they can find Rapid Glitch on YouTube at Nostalgia Gaming Retro. It's probably the coolest retro gaming channel in the universe. And if you're not cool, then you're a fool. The only person that I know of who is even close to as good with retro games is old John, who's the founder of the wonderful World of Weirdness. But other than that, if you want to check out cool retro games, go check out Nostalgia Gaming Retro. Now, with that being said, I am going to offer to everybody the same offer that I've been making on Teams as well as Discord. If you guys have any scary story ideas, or if you have a scary story of your own that you would like for me to read out loud on Fireside, feel free to send them to me or contact me on Discord or Teams. You can find me on Teams at Live with Roger Hanson. Just go in there, type Live with Roger Hanson in, and you'll find me. You can also find me on Discord at the Wonderful World of Weirdness. We've had that Discord channel for quite a long time now, and everybody's more than welcome to show up and be a part of that if they want. You can actually stay and share your stories and give feedback and talk to one another on there. Hopefully, I believe Austin Todd says him and his mom Summer Todd's going to pull together some scary stories as well, which is going to be pretty cool. So we have a lot of things going on this month. I've been working on transferring content from YouTube over to Rumble. I've actually been doing quite a good job of it. I've got everything for Rumble scheduled out. it's not going to be every channel that gets one video a day, but all the channels are going to get at least one of the channels that I have on there is going to get a video once a day. So one day it could be the Praetorian, one day it could be the Wonderful World of Weirdness, and one day it could be Earth, which I do have a channel called Earth, but there will be one scheduled post that's released on one of my channels. Okay, so I have that scheduled all the way up until the end of June. Now on YouTube, when it comes to YouTube on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, I have everything scheduled up to October, and that is looking pretty promising, to be honest with you. I actually am surprised how much we have going on there. So I'm glad that we've made it to the end of August, because I have officially been able to post one video on the Wonderful World of Weirdness every day on YouTube for the last year. Now I'm going to try to make one video every day go for a year and a half, which means instead of it ending in August, it's going to go all the way to the end of December and the 1st of January. Besides that, I have been working on making sure that I have at least 3 live streams, hopefully 4 a week, on the Wonderful World of Weirdness as well, which I've been able to pull off since January. It's August, and that's 8 months that I've been able to do that. I've got 4 months to go, so I'm going to keep my fingers crossed and hope that I can pull this off. We have been doing quite a bit, basically, to get this going. So with that being said, I hope that everybody enjoys this episode of The Cut. I'll be your host, Roger Hanson. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and get on with the readings. Now, these readings are readings that aren't like cut out of history or anything. Well, not all of them. Not in the way that I usually say it. But what they are topics that I wanted to share, but I never had an opportunity to share them because they really didn't fit into to categories, you know what I'm saying? And I've had them for quite a long time. So this gave me an opportunity to kind of add them in, because, you know, I'm one of those guys who believes there's a lot more to weird. You know what I mean? Like, whenever people think of, you know, weird stuff in the world, they always think of the paranormal. Like, it's not weird if it's not you don't talk about a ghost or a UFO or telepathy or things of that nature, you know, or psychic phenomenon. But for me, I feel that the world of weirdness is all things that are weird. You know what I mean? Not just things that are paranormal and strange and stuff like that, but everything. So I try to come up with things that are not necessarily paranormal or any of that nature, but just weird too. You know what I mean? I think that's important to do, and that's kind of what I do with this stuff. So that's why I enjoy doing The Cut, because it gave me a chance to kind of open up and share some of these things that are weird, but not in the paranormal or psychic kind of way, you know. So with that, I'm going to start my readings, and I hope you guys enjoy. The Canal Saint Martin is one of the most fascinating waterways in Paris, combining history, engineering, and cultural life into a single ribbon of water that has flowed through the city for centuries. It is more than a functional canal, more than an aesthetic feature of the landscape, and more than a tourist attraction. The story of this canal stretches back to the early 19th century, when it was conceived as a vital link for commerce, sanitation, and urban planning. Over time, it has evolved, adapting to the changing needs of the city, and it has become both a relic of industrial Paris and a living artery of urban life. Its history reflects the ambition of rulers, the labor of engineers and workers, and the shifting relationship between the people of Paris and the waterways that thread through their city. The construction of the Canal Saint Martin began in the first decades of the 19th century, during the reign of Napoleon I. Napoleon recognized that Paris was in desperate need of a better water supply. The growing population suffered from poor access to clean water, and diseases spread easily through the contaminated wells and inadequate sanitation systems. At the same time, the city required an efficient means of transporting goods, such as grain, building materials, and firewood, which were essential to sustaining its expanding urban life. The solution was the creation of a network of canals that would connect the river Ourcq, or Arcs, Ourcq, for those who want to check that out, in the northeast to the river Seine, providing both water and navigation. Out of this vision was born the Canal Saint Martin, which would stretch through the eastern side of Paris and eventually become a vital part of the Canal de One, or de L or Q system. The construction project was monumental for its time. Engineers and laborers had to dig through dense soil, design locks to control water levels, and construct aqueducts and bridges that would allow the canal to weave its way through the city while accommodating roads, pedestrians, and later railways. The final canal measured over 4 kilometers in length and included 9 locks to manage the descent of the water as it made its way toward the Seine, which is spelled Seine. 2 swing bridges and several arch bridges were built so that the streets could cross the waterway without disrupting traffic on either side. Much of this infrastructure remains in place today, still functioning more than 2 centuries later, a testament to the ingenuity of the engineers of that time. The Canal Saint Martin soon became an indispensable feature of Parisian life. Barges laden with goods moved along its waters, supplying markets with grain, food, and essential products. The canal also served as a vital source of drinking water and helped to maintain the city's growing sanitation needs. In its early decades, the canal was not yet the romantic and picturesque site that many people know today. Instead, it was an industrious and practical channel, alive with the sound of workers, animals, carts, and boats. It was a working waterway at the heart of the city. As the 19th century progressed, the canal began to take on new cultural and social dimensions. The neighborhoods along its bank grew into lively quarters, home to workers, artisans, and shopkeepers. Warehouses and factories lined its edges, making it an industrial corridor. Yet at the same time, residents began to recognize the beauty of the canal. The tree-lined banks, the bridges, and the gently flowing water created a space of calm amid the noise of the city. Writers and artists began to depict the canal in their works, and by the early 20th century, it had become a beloved part of the Parisian landscape. The 20th century, however, brought challenges to the Canal of St. Martin. With the rise of modern roads, trucks, and railways, the importance of waterways for transport declined. Barges still moved along the canal, but their numbers decreased significantly as industries shifted towards faster and more flexible means of moving goods. The neighborhoods along the canal also went through periods of decline, with factories closing and unemployment rising. At times, the canal was seen as a relic of a bygone era, a once essential feature that no longer fit into the pace of the modern metropolis. By the middle of the 20th century, the Canal of St. Martin had developed a reputation for being neglected and even unsanitary. Debris collected in its waters, and pollution became a serious concern. The once vital artery was at risk of becoming little more than a stagnant, forgotten waterway. Yet this was not the end of the story. Instead, the canal underwent a transformation that would restore its beauty and importance to the people of Paris. One of the most significant moments in the modern history of the canal, St. Martin, came with the cleaning projects that were implemented over the last 50 years. Every few decades, the canal must be drained to clear it of debris, repair its infrastructure, and restore the health of its waters. This process is both a practical necessity and a remarkable event that captures the imagination of Parisians and visitors alike. When the canal is drained, its stone bed is revealed, and workers set about removing everything from bicycles and old furniture to shopping carts, bottles, and unexpected curiosities that have been thrown or dropped into the water over the years. In the 1970s, one of the earliest large-scale cleaning operations of the modern era took place. The city authorities recognized that decades of industrial and household waste had accumulated in the canal, and they organized a massive effort to remove it. Tons of debris were hauled out, restoring the canal to a healthier state and making it once again a pleasant feature for residents. This effort was repeated in later decades, each time revealing a strange assortment of items that had sunk beneath the surface from safes to traffic signs, and sometimes even historical relics that spoke to the long life of the canal. A particularly notable cleaning project occurred in the year 2001 when the canal was drained and restored to much public attention. This operation revealed nearly 40 tons of objects ranging from bicycles and shopping carts to appliances, wallets, and even unexpected remnants of older eras. The event fascinated Parisians who flocked to the canal's edge to witness the spectacle of its empty bed and to marvel at the hidden life of their city's waterway. For many, it was a reminder of the canal's enduring presence and the need to respect and preserve it. Another major cleaning effort took place in the year 2016 when the canal was again drained and cleared. The city authorities removed more than 40 tons of debris, including countless bicycles, metal barriers, suitcases, and other discarded items. Once more, the operation drew large crowds as people gathered to watch the surreal sight of a dry canal stretching through their neighborhoods. Environmental groups used the occasion to raise awareness about urban pollution and the importance of treating public spaces with care. The cleaning not only improved the water quality, but also reinforced the canal's role as a shared cultural treasure. Canal St. Martin, they connect the modern city to These cleaning projects have become part of the living tradition of the Canal St. Martin. They connect the modern city to its past, reminding Parisians that this waterway has been flowing through their lives for 2 centuries, and that its preservation requires collective responsibility. Each time the canal is drained, it is not only a technical operation, but also a symbolic renewal, a moment when the city reclaims its connection to water, history, and community. In recent decades, the Canal St. Martin has undergone a broader revival that extends beyond the cleaning projects. The neighborhoods along its banks have been revitalized, with old warehouses transformed into trendy cafes, restaurants, and shops. Artists and musicians have made the area a hub of creativity, and the canal itself has become a gathering place for residents and tourists alike. On warm evenings, crowds gather along the quays to picnic, talk, and enjoy the tranquil sight of the water, reflecting the trees and bridges. The canal has been featured in films, literature, and photography, becoming one of the most iconic and romanticized parts of Paris. The canal's locks and bridges remain a source of fascination. Watching a barge pass through the locks as the water levels rise or fall and the massive gates open and close is a reminder of the enduring ingenuity of 19th century engineering. The iron footbridges arching gracefully over the water invite strollers to pause and gaze at the reflections below. At night, the streetlights cast shimmering patterns on the canal's surface, creating an atmosphere that is both dreamlike and distinctively Parisian. It is little wonder that the Canal Saint Martin has inspired so many works of art and has become a symbol of the city's blend of history, industry, and romance. The Canal Saint Martin is not only a cultural landmark, but also an environmental and urban resource. It continues to play a role in regulating the water system in Paris, linking the river Ourcq to the Seine, and helping to manage the city's supply. In times of drought or heat waves, the canal contributes to cooling the city and providing much needed water. The authorities have worked in recent years to balance the canal's heritage with modern needs, ensuring that it remains both a living waterway and a preserved monument. The significance of the canal lies in its ability to embody the layers of Parisian history. It tells the story of Napoleon's ambitions, of 19th century engineering, of industrial growth and decline, of neglect and revival, and of the ongoing relationship between a city and its water. Okay, I had to do a quick cough before I did anything. The Secretum Secretorum, often translated as the Secret of Secrets, is one of the most fascinating and influential texts of the medieval world. Although attributed to Aristotle, the great Greek philosopher of the 4th century before the Common Era, the work is not genuinely his. Instead, it is a compilation of wisdom, pseudoscience, and mystical lore that traveled through cultures, languages, and centuries before finding its way into the libraries and imaginations of medieval Europe. More than a simple book, it became a cultural phenomenon, blending philosophy, politics, medicine, astrology, alchemy, and secret teachings into a guide that was said to be written by Alexander the Great, or written for Alexander the Great. Whether taken as literal instructions or metaphorical wisdom, it shaped the way rulers and thinkers understood knowledge, power, and the mysteries of the world. The roots of this mysterious work reach back to antiquity. In the ancient world, the names Aristotle and Alexander carried unparalleled authority. Aristotle was the philosopher of logic, science, and ethics, whose writings came to define entire fields of inquiry. Alexander, his most famous pupil, conquered lands from Greece to India, leaving behind a legacy of empire and legend. It was therefore fitting for later authors to imagine that Aristotle had written a secret manual of knowledge for Alexander, offering him guidance not only in governance, but also in understanding the hidden forces of nature and the cosmos. To attribute a work to this legendary teacher and his world-conquering student gave it an aura of credibility and authority. The earliest versions of what would become the Secretum Secretorum appeared in the Arabic world under the title Kitab Sur al-Asrar, which means the Book of the Secrets of Secrets. Scholars believe that it was composed between the 9th and the 10th century of the Common Era, drawing upon earlier Greek philosophical works, Persian wisdom traditions, and Islamic scientific writings. The Arabic scholars were great collectors of translators of knowledge, preserving and expanding upon the legacy of Greek thought while also blending it with their own advances in medicine, astrology, mathematics, and philosophy. In this intellectual environment, the text was born as a wide-ranging compendium of advice and instruction, couched in the form of letters from Aristotle to Alexander. When the text was later translated into Latin in the 12th and 13th century, it entered the European intellectual world with great force. The most influential translation was produced by Philip of Tripoli around the year 1230. From that point onward, the Secretum Secretorum became one of the most widely read and copied works of the Middle Ages. Kings, clerics, and scholars alike pored over its pages, convinced that it had contained the hidden wisdom of antiquity. It functioned not only as a mirror for princes, offering rulers advice on how to govern, but also as a manual of secret sciences from the regulation of the body's humors to the interpretation of the stars. The contents of the Secretum Secretorum are extraordinarily diverse, reflecting the many traditions it drew upon. At its core, it serves as a political and moral guidebook. Aristotle, speaking to Alexander, advises him on how to rule his empire with justice and moderation. He warns against the dangers of pride, greed, and tyranny, urging the ruler to cultivate virtues such as courage, temperance, and wisdom. The work reflects a long tradition of didactic literature in which rulers were counseled to balance power with morality, reminding them that authority without virtue leads to ruin. In this sense, the text resembles other medieval mirrors for princes, yet its association with Aristotle and Alexander gave it unparalleled prestige. Beyond politics, however, the Secretum Secretorum delves into the realm of science and pseudoscience. A large portion of the work concerns medicine and health, offering advice on diet, hygiene, and the maintenance of the bodily balance. It draws heavily on the ancient theory of the four humors, teaching that human health depends on the proper balance of blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. To preserve this balance, the text recommends specific foods, exercises, and remedies, essentially serving as a medieval handbook for a ruler who needed to maintain strength and vitality to lead. Astrology occupies another major place in the text. The Secretum Secretorum asserts that the stars and planets influence human affairs and that a wise ruler should pay attention to celestial moments before making decisions. For example, it suggests that certain times are more favorable than others when waging war, negotiating treaties, or holding ceremonies, depending on the alignment of the heavens. In the medieval imagination, astrology was not merely superstition, but an integral part of science, seen as a way of reading the divine order inscribed in the cosmos. The idea that Alexander himself consulted such knowledge through the guidance of Aristotle only reinforced its authority. Alchemy and occult knowledge also seep into the text. Some versions contain instructions on the preparation of elixirs or the pursuit of substances that could transmute metals, echoing the fascination with alchemical transformation that would later flourish in Europe. Physiognomy, the study of reading character from physical appearance, also appears in the text, teaching that the outward features of a person could reveal inner truths about their temperament or intentions. These sections, mixing practical advice with mystical speculation, gave the work its reputation as a book of hidden knowledge, a compendium of truths not meant for ordinary people, but for rulers and philosophers. The title Secret of Secrets itself reflects this aura of mystery. It suggests that within the text lay the most profound truths of the universe, reserved only for those in power or those wise enough to understand. Readers in the Middle Ages often approached it not as a single coherent treatise, but as a treasury of wisdom, gathering together the best of ancient and exotic knowledge. In this way, the book mirrored the medieval belief that wisdom came from collecting and harmonizing diverse traditions from Greek, Persia, India, and the Islamic world. The influence of the Secretum Secretorum on medieval Europe was immense. It circulated in countless manuscripts, and was translated into many vernacular languages, including French, English, and Spanish, making it accessible not only to scholars but also to courtiers and rulers who did not read Latin. It shaped the genre of princely advice literature, inspiring other texts, and sought to blend ethnical guidance with. It shaped the genre of princely advice literature, inspiring other texts that sought to blend ethical guidance with practical governance. The great scholar Roger Bacon admired the text, believing it to contain genuine Aristotelian wisdom. He cited it as an authority on natural philosophy, medicine, and ethics, demonstrating the respect it commanded even among learned thinkers. At the time, not everyone accepted the text uncritically. Some scholars doubted its authenticity, noting the odd mixture of philosophy with astrology and occult science. Over time, especially during the Renaissance, when humanist scholars began to study Greek texts more directly, the Secretum Secretorum was recognized as a spurious work. Its credibility as an Aristotelian document diminished, but its cultural impact remained. Even as it lost scholarly authority, the text retained its mystique. For later readers, it came to represent the very spirit of the Middle Ages, an age when philosophy, science, and magic were not sharply divided but intertwined. It illustrated the medieval quest to gather all knowledge into a single system where the wisdom of the ancients could coexist with religious belief and esoteric speculation. The image of Aristotle writing a secret manual for Alexander symbolized the ideal union of wisdom and power, philosophy and action, knowledge and empire. Modern scholars study the Secretum Secretorum not for its scientific accuracy, but for what it reveals about medieval culture. It is a window into the transmission of knowledge across civilizations, showing how Greek thought traveled into the Arabic world, was reshaped by Islamic scholars, and then entered Latin Europe, where it continued to evolve. It demonstrates the blending of practical and mystical traditions, reflecting the medieval conviction that ruling a kingdom required not only political acumen, but also insight into the hidden forces of nature and the cosmos. I didn't mute out that time, I just went ahead and coughed. St. George is one of the most celebrated and enduring figures of Christian hagiography, known for his courage, devotion, and legendary battle against the dragon. Revered in both Eastern and Western traditions, he has inspired generations through tales of valor, piety, and unwavering faith. Though the details of his life are shrouded in myth and a legend, his story has been preserved in countless writings, artworks, and oral traditions across Europe, the Middle East, and beyond. St. George occupies a unique place as both a historical figure and a symbol, blending historical kernels with heroic narrative to create a legacy that has transcended centuries. The historical Saint Germain is believed to have lived during the 3rd century in the region of Cappadocia, in what is now modern Turkey. He was a Roman soldier who embraced the Christian faith during a time when Christians faced persecution under imperial authority. George's commitment to his beliefs reportedly brought him into conflict with the Roman authorities, and according to tradition, he was martyred for refusing to renounce his faith. His courage in the face of persecution became a model for Christian virtue, establishing him as a symbol of steadfast devotion and moral strength. Over time, the historical facts of his life merged with folklore and legend, producing the iconic stories for which he is best known. Among the most famous is the tale of St. George and the Dragon. In this narrative, a town is terrorized by a fearsome dragon that demands tribute in the form of livestock and eventually human sacrifices. The townspeople are powerless, offering the life of the king's daughter to appease the beast. St. George arrives, armed with faith, courage, and skill, and confronts the dragon. Through a combination of strategy, bravery, and divine assistance, he slays the dragon, rescuing the princess and restoring peace to the land. The story has been interpreted symbolically as a triumph of good over evil, faith over fear, and courage over tyranny. St. George's legend became widely popular in the medieval period when tales of knights and heroic warriors captivated European imagination. His figure was incorporated into the chivalry ideas that guided the behavior of knights, emphasizing qualities such as bravery, honor, and service to the weak. In this context, the dragon represents not only a literal threat, but also the moral and spiritual challenges that a knight must overcome. Paintings, sculptures, illuminated manuscripts, and tapestries often depicted the dramatic encounter between St. George and the dragon, reinforcing the ideas of heroism and virtue for audiences throughout Europe. Beyond legend, Saint Germain has also played an important role as a cultural and national symbol. In England, he became the patron saint during the medieval period, associated with valor, protection, and military prowess. His emblem, a red cross on a white background, became a recognizable symbol of English identity and was later incorporated into the Union Jack. St. George is also venerated in other countries, including Georgia, Portugal, and several Eastern Orthodox nations, where his life and deeds are celebrated with feast days, religious ceremonies, and festivals. In each cultural context, the figure of Saint George serves as both a spiritual exemplar and a unifying symbol, embodying the virtues that communities wish to honor and uphold. The story of Saint George also intersects with broader historical and social developments. During the Crusades, he was evoked as a protector of warriors and as a symbol of divine assistance in battle. His image was painted on shields, banners and church walls, providing inspiration and a sense of moral authority to those engaged in warfare. In times of plague, famine, or social unrest, communities turn to St. George as a source of hope and protection, believing that his courage and faith could intercede in moments of crisis. His enduring popularity reflects not only the appeal of his legendary deeds, but also the human desire for figures who embody ideals of courage, justice, and spiritual integrity. In addition to his martial and heroic associations, St. George is also linked to themes of personal transformation and moral fortitude. The legend of the dragon can be read as a metaphor for inner struggles, the conquering of fear, and the pursuit of virtue in the face of adversity. Stories of his life emphasize qualities such as patience, resilience, and steadfastness, demonstrating that true heroism is not solely the ability to wield a sword, but also the capacity to act with conscience, faith, and moral clarity. This symbolic dimension of St. George or St. George's legend has allowed it to remain relevant across centuries and cultures, resonating with audiences long after the historical events had faded from memory. Over time, St. George's influence extended beyond Europe. In the Eastern Orthodox tradition, he is venerated as a protector of cities, soldiers, and the faithful. Churches dedicated to him can be found throughout the Mediterranean and Middle East, often located in places of strategic or spiritual importance. Pilgrimages to sites associated with St. George became popular, allowing believers to connect with his legacy and seek his intercession. A combination of historical martyrdom and legendary heroism created a figure who could inspire devotion, admiration, and emulation in countless ways. St. George's legend also contributed to literature, inspiring epic poems, romances, and dramatic works throughout the medieval and early modern periods. Writers explored his life and deeds, embellishing the narrative with moral lessons, spiritual insights, and imaginative embellishments. Artists of every medium, from manuscript illuminators to sculptors and painters, depicted him in vivid scenes of battle and triumph. The enduring vision and literary representations of St. George helped to reinforce his status as both a historical saint and a cultural icon. Even in contemporary times, St. George continues to hold symbolic power. His image appears in national flags, military insignia, and civic emblems. While his story is recounted in books, films, and educational materials. Modern interpretations often focus on the symbolic dimensions of his legend, viewing the dragon as a metaphor for social, moral, or personal challenges, and St. George as a model for confronting adversity with courage, ethics, and faith. The universality of his story combined heroism, moral instruction, and divine assistance, and has ensured its continued relevance across generations and cultures. St. George's feast day is celebrated on the 23rd of April in many Christian traditions. This day is marked by religious services, processions, and cultural celebrations, commemorating both his martyrdom and his legendary deeds. In some regions, the day is also associated with the arrival of spring, renewal, and hope, linking the saint's symbolic victory over evil with broader themes of rebirth and regeneration. Communities continue to honor St. George as a protector, a moral exemplar, and a symbol of bravery in the face of daunting challenges. So yeah, that's it. I wanted to definitely get the story of St. George. That was one thing that I definitely have held on to for quite a few years, and it's very, very significant in a lot of things. It's just, like I said at the beginning, it's very hard to classify St. George into some of the topics that I've gone over. You know what I mean? It's not very easy to do that. So, and Sean Grimm says he just got my email. Are you live? And I don't understand how you got my email. So I do appreciate you showing up in chat and making a comment in the chat section, though. If you want to contact me, respond to that email, and I will get back to you so that we can talk. I don't know for sure exactly who you are, Sean Grimm. So contact me through the email or go on Teams and contact me through Live with Roger Hanson. You can also find the Wonderful World of Weirdness on Discord as the Wonderful World of Weirdness. Check me out there as well. Besides that, I am on minds.com as Roger_Hanson, and I am at X as Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. Rog LOL 1973. So you can hook up with me there. Other than that, I am streaming on Rumble. I'm also streaming on YouTube, both at the Wonderful World of Weirdness. I am also streaming on Twitch at Infamous 1969 if you guys want to watch on that platform. Now on Twitch, I want to remind everybody that I do not keep copies of the stream. After this stream is done, it is gone. And I do that for a reason, because now they're watching the amount of storage that you have in the videos that you keep on there. So I find that that's pretty tedious, because that means I have to go through and delete videos once that amount has reached its limit. And rather than doing that, I just would rather just do a live stream, and after it's done, and it's good to go, you know. Besides, I do want to point out as well that that is one feature that Twitch has that I haven't found with any of the other platforms, and I like that, especially now with a lot of the changes that have gone on with a lot of these platforms when it comes to excessive censorship. You know what I mean? I really do find it kind of enjoyable that I can do a live stream on there and it's gone and I don't get hit with any kind of infringements or anything of that nature. So it's actually a pretty good thing. So you can find me on there while I'm streaming at Infamous 1969 if you guys want to check me out. Now I am also on Kick, and you can find me at Kick as Roger_Hanson. I'm also Roger_Hanson on DLive, so you can find me at Kick and DLive as well. I do have channels on Odyssey and BitChute, but I have been active on them for a while. So, and plus, I also should mention that even though I am on X and Minds, I don't go on there all the time. So, just letting you know, if you go on there, it could take me a while to respond. So, Sean, hit me up in email and we can talk. I'm hoping that it's just somebody spamming me or something. Yeah, you know what I mean? Because I really have no clue who you're talking about. Okay, so with that being said, I can say now that we are at an hour and 5 minutes, and I have finished my readings. I went through the channels to check for comments, and there was only that one, which is great. So with that, all I have to say is if you like the show, please like, subscribe, share, make comments down in the comment section, guys. Give your feedback, tell your story, just say hi. It doesn't matter. Just say something, so that we can have a conversation. You don't know how important that is to content creators. They really do enjoy getting feedback or just having conversations with people in the comment section after the stream is done, and getting to know people. That's the whole reason why people do these streams, is to reach out and connect with other people. So remember that. If you don't even want to comment in my comment section, remember that when you do go to people's streams that you enjoy and you like hearing the stuff they have to say, take time to go down there and make a comment and tell them how much you appreciate and enjoyed their streams. With that being said, man, I'm done. I am literally done. I'm going to end this stream. I hope you guys have a good day, good evening, good morning, whichever time of the day it is for you. I hope you enjoy it, and I will talk to you later. Trying to find where you are now. I know. I just had to do that too. I ended up getting off of Jitsi, and then I'm like fumbling around figuring out where the Jitsi is. Like, it took me forever.
But
Yeah, right there on the side. Just put it right down inside the messages.
yeah, I'll do it in a second as soon as I find it. But is there any other topics that we haven't covered yet? In
So
this,
far, I mean, it sounds like we've covered quite a bit of it and everything. So
yeah, I mean, if anyone wants to keep researching, like literally go back to any of the things we've said, and there's a whole world in there just on the
Yeah.
one thing.
now, I also too want to mention that if you decide to check out Tony Rodriguez, just understand with his group of people, he's 1 in a million. Okay, you're not going to find people that are talking about the content that he's talking about who are as legitimate. I just want to make that point straight, because there are people out there, like Robot said, that's charlatans, and I can honestly tell you, I don't believe he is. I believe he's legitimate, or at least he believes what he says. I'm not going to say legitimate, because nobody really knows anything, you know what I mean? But
I wanted to mention one of those charlatan guys. It comes to mind. What is his name now? He claimed to be like the scientist that was getting the alien bodies and doing the biomedical research on them and stuff. And then I actually loved him for ages until it came out that he was like a crazy alcoholic, and his partner at the time, woman partner at the time, blew the whistle on him and recorded one of their conversations, and it just yeah. Then it became very clear that he was literally just taking things from his life and calling people aliens and saying, "Oh yeah, it was blah blah blah," and it was just insane, man.
Yeah,
I'm like, how can you do that? But yeah,
they're out there. I mean, they really are. It's sad, but they are out there. So, like I said, I don't doubt that Tony Rodriguez doesn't believe what he says, and he's consistent. You know what I mean? Like the stuff that I heard him say when he first said his story is pretty close to what it is now. Where other people who I've listened to, they like network with other people, and then they incorporate things into their story, which to me that's not too that doesn't show consistency, which is really important when it comes to debunking and stuff. So
I like taking these new whistleblowers and lining them up with the old school whistleblowers like Bill Cooper and Schneider and people like that, and see if that kind of stuff matches up.
Yeah. This is a part of history that I've talked about before, where you've got the deep, dark, ugly part of history that nobody wants to talk about. And today I'm going to bring it up because it's an issue that I'm having. I'm actually having to stop doing my history because I wanted to go in and I wanted to discuss the Canaanites. And the Canaanites have been accused of sacrificing their babies to Baal, which I brought it up as with archaeologists, there's been no evidence finding any kind of sacrifices to Baal from the Phoenicians and the Canaanites. This is all stuff that was mentioned during or within holy scriptures like the Old Testament of the Bible and stuff like that. Now, that caused an issue on my history channel, and I wanted to make it clear why this is happening. Now, see, when this all started out, what it was about was the Greeks were using this kind of hate against the Phoenicians. So they ended up saying that the Phoenicians sacrificed their babies. After that, the frickin' Jewish people started saying that the Canaanites were sacrificing their babies to their gods. So you go from the Greeks to the Jewish people that are doing it. Now, lo and behold, later on, the Christians of all people start accusing the Jews of sacrificing their babies to their gods, or to the devil, actually. So you get this story, this propaganda that's been propagated for thousands of years, passed on from one generation to the other. And mind you, when I say Christians, I'm saying the early Catholic Church, okay? The early Catholic Church used that same tactic with witch burners, okay? They were burning witches on the stake and using the same kind of tactic. Now, it escalated to the point where eventually we had World War II and Jewish people were being put to death in gas chambers and stuff like that. So that's one of the reasons why I wanted to bring this up and make it a topic. So hold on a minute. Yeah, so let me go ahead and get it started here and get things set up and ready to go. Alright, I've got some stuff to straighten out here. Alright, so let's see here. And like I said, if anybody has any problem with this, they can come on in and say they're two pieces. So this started out in the Middle Ages when it came to this anti-Semitic stuff. There was continuous hostility to Judaism from the late Roman period into the medieval times. During the Middle Ages in Europe, there was a full-scale persecution of Jews in many places with blood libels. Okay, blood libel or ritual murder libel is an anti-Semitic canard which falsely accused Jews of murdering Christians in order to use their blood in the performance of religious rituals, echoing very old myths of secret cultic practices in many prehistoric societies. That's what I was talking about with the Canaanites, and that's what I was talking about with the Phoenicians. They passed it on to the next generation. Now all of a sudden the Catholic Church is persecuting the Jews the same way the Jews persecuted the Canaanites and the Greeks persecuted the Phoenicians. Forced conversions and killings. In the 12th century, there were Christians who believed that some, or possibly all, of the Jews possessed magical powers and had gained these powers from making a pact with the devil. Judensa, or however it's spelled. Let me get back on this so that I'll just read the little bit. Judensa is a folk art image of Jews in obscene contact with a large sow, which in Judaism is an unclean animal that appeared during the 13th century in Germany and one other European countries. Okay, its popularity lasted for over 600 years. Now, although the Catholicized Visigoth kingdom in Spain issued a series of anti-Jewish edicts already in the 7th century, persecution of Jews in Europe reached a climax during the Crusades. Anti-Jewish rhetoric such as the Goat of Love. Eckhart was a Benedictine abbot of Sconu, a writer and a brother of the mystic Elizabeth of Shonu, whose wife he recorded. The Goat of Love. Anti-Jewish rhetoric such as the Goat of Love began to appear and affect public consciousness. At the time of the First Crusade in 1096, a German crusade destroyed flourishing Jewish communities in the Rhine and Danube. In the Second Crusade in 1147, the Jews in France were the victims of frequent killings and atrocities. Following the coronation of Richard the Lionheart in 1189, Jews were attacked in London when King Richard left to join the Third Crusade in 1190. Anti-Jewish riots broke out again in York and throughout Europe, or England, in the first large-scale persecution in Germany after the First Crusade. 100,000 Jews were killed by Rottenfleisch Knights, and Rindfleisch or Rindfleisch movement was a series of massacres against Jews in 1298. The event, in later terminology a pogrom, was the first large-scale persecution in Germany since the First Crusade, and that was in 1928. The Jews were also subject to attacks during the Shepherd's Crusade of 1251, and the Shepherd Crusade of 1251 was a popular crusade in northern France aimed at rescuing King Louis IV during the Seventh Crusade, and that was in 1320. In the 1330s, Jews were assaulted by the Armleiter. The Armleiter persecutions were a series of massacres against Jews in Franconia and Alsace in 1936 and 1336 to 1339, led by Arnold von Essenheim. Arnold III von Essenheim also blessed Arnold und König Armleder circa 1298 to 1336, was a medieval German highwayman, bandit, and renegade knight of the Usenheim family of the village Usenheim of the same name. Gold associated with the sun was considered spiritually pure and used in objects meant to draw divine favor. The process of preparing magical ointments, inks, or elixirs involved both physical and spiritual precision. Reciting incantations during a mixing, maintaining ritual purity, and observing sacred silence or fasting before use. The cult pharmacopoeia also extended into alchemical practices. Here, substances were transformed not only for physical benefit, but as allegories for spiritual processes. Metals were purified or fused in ways believed to mirror the elevation of the soul. The refinement of matter became a ritual act of divination and inner refinement. Astonis and others in his tradition would have understood these materials not as inert matter, but as living forms with divine potential, waiting to be awakened. In the broader Greco-Roman, Persian, and Egyptian magical world, the pharmacopoeia was a hidden science, guarded by initiates, often encoded in riddles or symbols, passed down in secret texts or oral teachings. Its use was considered both powerful and dangerous. Misuse or improper ritual could bring spiritual contamination or divine punishment. Thus, those who practiced with the pharmacopoeia were expected to undergo moral, physical, and intellectual training to handle these forces responsibly. Astonis's ideas concerning a divine spark or logos reflect a deep-rooted belief in the presence of a hidden divine essence within all things. A spiritual core that connected the material world to higher, unseen realities. Although his writings do not survive in full, and much of what is attributed to him comes from later Greco-Roman sources in the Hermetic and alchemical traditions, he is frequently associated with early concepts of the Logos, not merely as speech or reason, but as the divine ordering principle that permeates the cosmos. In Astonis's framework, the divine spark was seen as the animated essence within matter. This spark was the reason why transformation, whether physical or spiritual, was possible. Metals could be purified because they retained a latent divine perfection, and the human soul could ascend because it carried within it a fragment of the divine source. This idea harmonizes with later Gnostic and Neoplatonic thinking, where the soul was considered a fallen or veiled portion of a higher, pure reality trapped within a corrupt world, but capable of returning to its origin through knowledge and ritual purification. The Logos in Astonis's likely interpretation was not only the means by which the cosmos was structured, but also the force that allowed communication between the realms. The divine Logos was reflected in nature through correspondence and sympathies, patterns in herbs, stars, metals, and bodily humors. Understanding the Logos meant learning the language of nature. Thus, the magician or alchemist could work in harmony with the divine will rather than against it. For Ostanis, to awaken the divine spark within oneself involved rigorous discipline, physical purification, mental concentration, and often the use of sacred rituals and materials from the occult pharmacopoeia. This process was not unlike refining gold from base ore. Just as matter required multiple stages of calcination, dissolution, and distillation, so too did the soul require testing, cleansing, and enlightenment before it could rise. The presence of the divine spark in all things also meant that the boundary between sacred and profane was not fixed, but could be crossed through proper ritual and understanding. Every transformation in alchemy, turning lead into gold, separating the subtle from the gross, was mirrored in spiritual terms. To Astonis, the true goal of the alchemist was not simply to change the outside world, but to reawaken and amplify the divine logos within the self and the substance. This divine spark was often thought to be obscured or corrupted by the heaviness of matter or the distraction of the senses. Thus much of Astonis's esoteric practices likely centered in stripping away illusion and impurity. The role of the magus then was that of a midwife of spirit, guiding the spark towards realization, using rites, symbols, and knowledge passed through initiatory traditions. While Astonis operated at the edge of myth and history, the ideas attributed to him played a key role in shaping later magical and alchemical systems, where the divine logos was the key to unlocking transformation, both in nature and in the soul. This legacy is that of a thinker who saw no separation between divine wisdom and practical technique, and who understood the cosmos as a living, breathing network fused with sacred order. Dream incubation is another spiritual and psychological practice used to induce significant or revelatory dreams, often for healing, prophecy, or divine guidance. Rooted in the belief that dreams are a channel or rooted in the belief that dreams are a channel through which divine forces, spirits, or inner truths communicate with the conscious mind. Dream incubation was a structured ritual involving both preparation and intention. Its origins trace back to early civilizations such as Mesopotamia, Egypt, Greece, and parts of the Near East, where temples and sanctuaries were established specifically for this purpose. In the classical world, one of the most well-documented forms of dream incubation took place in the temples of Asclepius, the Greco-Roman god of healing. Worshippers seeking cures would participate in a process known as enkoimesis, enkoimesis. That's ENKOIMESIS. A ritual sleep in a sacred space, typically after a period of fasting, prayer, purification, and offerings. Before entering the abaton, or the designated sleeping chamber, participants would often bathe, dress in clean garments, and sometimes abstain from sexual activity or specific foods to purify the body and mind. During the incubation, they would sleep on animal skins or within proximity to the god's statue, hoping for a dream in which the god or his agents would appear and provide a cure or destruction. These dreams were not interpreted as mere symbolic expressions, but as direct encounters with divine or supernatural beings. Priest or temple attendants often recorded the dream experience and interpreted them through ritual oracles or codified knowledge. Inscriptions found at sites like Epidaurus and Pergamon document many cases where people claim to have been healed or spiritually transformed after such dreams, lending a testimonial weight to the practice. Beyond healing, dream incubation was used for divination and guidance in the Near East, including among some Mesopotamian and Hebrew traditions. Dreams were believed to carry messages from gods or celestial entities. Incantations, amulets, and specific rituals could be used to invite prophetic dreams. The Egyptian practice included appeals to gods like Thoth, or Thoth, or Thoth, whichever name you want to call them, or Bez, inscribed onto stelae. Doing an audio check first. I'm gonna put some music on too to go grab me some coffee. Running a little bit late, guys. Give me a second to get everything in order. This is my midnight show for Esoteric Agenda. And checking everything out. Sounds good on YouTube. Let me sounds good on kick. And now let me test. There we go. It's actually going already on D-Live too. So, looks good on D-Live. And like I said, I am going to put on some music and I will come back here and be ready here in a minute. Had a pretty good show on Dragus Production earlier. If you guys missed that, it is on the live stream on Rumble as on my Live with the Roger Hanson channel. On YouTube, it's on the Wonderful World of Weirdness. So if you guys missed that, you can check it out. It's pretty good. This is Esoteric Agenda, like I said, and here in a minute I will be back and start the show. So let me figure out where I'm at and what I'm doing. Well, actually, first I need to test out Rumble. There we go. Sounds good. So I'll put some music on and I will be back. This is Mr. Robot, aka Illuminati, on Rumble. He was gracious enough to let us use his music, so I hope you enjoy.
Awakening from an epic dream, awakening from the long dark night. And get that now. Awakening from history, awakening from duality. And get that now. The liberation of the human soul to consciousness of the one and all. The activation of the sacred plan, the birthing of a new man, a new man. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Awakening to new perceptions, awakening to the joy of life. Awakening to a new dimension, awakening to a paradise. The illusion of separation disappearing into unity, into the source of a high vibration, into the wonder of the mystery, a mystery. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. And if Mr. Robot rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Here is an exercise demonstrating the union of in at the end of words. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and striving. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and driving. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles, plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles, plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Hardly had his Hail Highness heard the easy hedgehog when he hit the humming bee by the hunter who had horrible beetles in the human hall. I love to hear the horse's hard iron hooves go hammer, 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 hammer on the easy highway. I hit my horse hard. I'm hurrying around to hunt up hogs. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles, plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, thistle sifter.
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his star-born accord. 10 twin suns, throne of tridents waits at his command. Empire stretched from bow, big stones to Mayan sand. Monolith stacked like Legos blocks no crane could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven's stories untold. Ages of virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Turn to rust, hubris eclipsed the god fast.
Of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From these the Tetragonical echoes, ancient awe as above, so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walked the sea.
Watch the fall, saw vice crack the divine. Pyramids hummed warnings, but they ignored the signs. Sky split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sank screaming, but blueprints survive. Complex foundation, stones that define modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they align the stars. They rode cosmic currents, breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleamed. AI scans the ocean, but truth's a half-dream. Dream free misses whisper maps in their lodges of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis, drowned in the
say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, Templars guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood and ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, orgun fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled. Leviathan's bones in the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis smaller than gods crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drowned, turned to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammals shrunk to lapdogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up Nepiston, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds, stashed them in Göbekley's veins and Indus Valley reeds. Volcanic winter's curse. Zeus hit the reset, scorched the grids, erased the moon-ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist, cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes, built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. Wasn't water, it was math, a codex purge. Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new. The flood wasn't water, it was math, a codex purge. Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiahuanaco, their codes etched in awe. As above, so below, cosmic empire of law. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. So when you see Stonehenge, Angkor Wat spire, know Atlantis lives in the quantum choir. The gods were myths, their mentors in code. Rise from the ashes, or repeat what they owe.
Okay, I am back. Doing one last minute check. Make sure everything is up. Alright, sounds good. So we are going to start the show now. Usually I do my countdown and everything, but I'm not going to do that because usually it finally dawned on me that usually I just do my edits according to my topic that I do, and I don't really put this conversation into the actual edit. So doing the countdown is kind of meaningless, you know what I'm saying? Now, with this, it's like I said in the previous episode. I didn't want to get into the hermetics too much because I'd covered that pretty well in the 15-minute videos that I'd previously put out, and you can still see on my channel, The Wonderful World of Weirdness. Now, I covered the children of Lamech pretty well in that one, and then I did one episode here with the children of Lamech. And after that, on the older videos, I had started getting into the Fibonacci and math and things of that nature. But this time I want to kind of take it a different direction. As you guys might have noticed, I started getting into the old Arabic philosophers, and I covered most of those pretty good in the last episode. But this time I want to go over probably one of the greatest alchemists in history that doesn't really get very much recognition or notice. So that's kind of what I'm wanting to cover. And I just realized I need to put my my thing back up. I did not realize that I had done that. But anyhow, I wanted to do that as my topic tonight. I have a lot of good stuff coming up that's going to actually be going according to this. As I go through it, I'm pretty sure that I'll be easing back into the hermetics and things of that nature too. But there's a lot of things that I left out the last time that I really do want to go over this time and put onto my streams and my videos. So with that being said, I will go ahead and stop talking and start discussing my topic. So with that, I'm going to talk about Jabir Ibn Hayyan. Okay, now Jabir Ibn Hayyan is one of the most legendary figures in the history of science, alchemy, and esoteric philosophy. Known in later Latin texts as Geber, his name became synonymous with alchemical wisdom and the mysterious transformation of matter and spirit. While the historical details surrounding his life are clouded by legend and scholarly debate, what remains clear is the lasting impact of the extensive corpus attributed to him and the philosophical underpinnings that guided those writings. Jabber's works do not merely consist of chemical recipes or instructions for the transmutation of metals. Rather, they reveal a deeply symbolic worldview that brings the material and the spiritual, the observable and the hidden into light. Jabir ibn Hayyan is believed to have lived in the early centuries of the Islamic Golden Age, possibly during the 8th or 9th century. He is often associated with the court of the Abbasid Caliphate and said to have been close to prominent figures of the Shiite community, particularly those with esoteric leanings. It is within this intellectual and spiritual environment that Jabir's philosophy began to take shape. Alchemy, in his vision, was not simply about turning base metals into gold, but about understanding the divine order of creation. The alchemist was both a scientist and a seeker, whose laboratory experiments mirrored a greater journey of spiritual purification and cosmic harmony. At the core of Jabir's, I'm guessing H is silent, at the core of Habir's alchemical philosophy is the doctrine of balance. He believed that all matter is composed of four basic elements: earth, water, air, and fire. These elements exist in various proportions within all substances, and their interaction is governed by qualities such as hotness, coolness, dryness, and moisture. When an imbalance occurs, matter becomes imperfect or impure. The role of the alchemist is to restore balance, whether in the body, the soul, or the material world. This ideal reflects the wider Neoplatonic and Hermetic traditions, which saw the material world as a reflection of a deeper spiritual reality. Habir's writings suggest that every physical transformation must be accompanied with metaphysical insight. The Philosopher's Stone, often cited in his work, is not just a physical substance that can transform lead into gold, but also a symbol of inner perfection. In this sense, the true alchemist is not one who hoards wealth, but one who transmutes the soul. The fire of the furnace represents the fire of the fire of the furnace represents the fire of purification. The melting of metals mirrors the softening of the heart, and the distillation of essences parallels the refinement of thoughts and intentions. Habir imbued every tool and process within symbolic meaning, turning the laboratory into a sacred space and the alchemical work into a spiritual discipline. One of the most striking aspects of Habir's teachings is the use of coded language and allegories. Much of his writing is deliberately obscure, employing symbolic terms, invented letters, encrypted phrases to conceal the deeper truths from the uninitiated. This method was not meant to deceive, but to protect sacred knowledge from misuse. In Habir's view, only those who had undergone the necessary inner transformation were worthy of comprehending the mysteries of nature and spirit. Habir's corpuses included hundreds of treatises, many of which deal with the classification of substances and the refinement of minerals. But interwoven throughout these texts are reflections of the soul, the cosmos, and divine will. He argued that metal grew within the earth in much the same way that humans grow in the womb, guided by hidden principles and a divine blueprint. Gold, the most noble of metals, was seen as a natural end of this process, just as the perfected soul is the highest form of human existence. By accelerating the maturation of metals through alchemy, the alchemist is not defying nature, but assisting it, bringing hidden potential into visible form. Habir also believed that the letters of the Arabic alphabet held deep cosmological significance. He linked them to numbers, elements, and cosmic forces, creating a system of correspondences that allowed for a sacred reading of language itself. This numerical symbolism echoes the traditions of Pythagorean and Neoplatonic thought, where numbers were seen as the foundation of reality. For for uh, for Habir, every letter was a gate, every word a path, and every chemical formula a coded prayer. His work is filled with tables, diagrams, and magical squares which serve as meditative tools for unlocking the harmony of creation. Among the most influential of Habir's concepts is the idea that all matter contains both form and spirit. The outer appearance of a substance conceals an inner essence, and it is the task of the alchemist to unveil the hidden truth. In this view, the material world is not fallen or corrupt, but sacred and meaningful, waiting to be read and transformed. The act of transmutation becomes a sacrament, a meaning of aligning oneself with the divine order and participating in the creative process of the cosmos. Habir's writings also emphasized the role of intention and ethics in alchemical work. He warned that those who pursued alchemy out of greed or vanity will find only failure and ruin. The successful alchemist must be virtuous, patient, and humble, guided not by the desire for riches, but by the love of truth. In this way, alchemy becomes a form of moral training, a path of inner refinement that mirrors the transformation of substances in the crucible. This ethical dimension set Habir apart from mere practitioners of chemistry and linked his work with the broader spiritual traditions of Sufism, Neoplatonism, and Hermeticism. One of the enduring themes of Habir's writings is the idea of concealment and revelation. Just as the properties of a substance just as the properties of a substance are hidden until it is tested and refined, so too is the truth hidden within the soul. The alchemist is both a revealer and a guardian, unlocking the secrets of nature while preserving their sanctity. This dual role reflects the ancient idea of the sage who walks between worlds, mediating between the visible and invisible, the earthly and the divine. Habir's influence extended far beyond his own time and culture. His works were translated into Latin and became foundational texts in medieval European alchemy. Through these translations, his ideas shaped the thought of later figures such as Albertus Magnus, Roger Bacon, and Thomas Aquinas. The symbolic richness of his writing also influenced the development of Renaissance Hermeticism, where alchemy was seen as a divine art and a path to enlightenment. While science has evolved into a discipline that often separates itself from metaphysics, there remains a growing interest in holistic approaches that integrate matter and spirit. In this light, Habir's visions of alchemy offers a compelling alternative to materialism, a worldview in which the universe is alive with meaning and every atom contains a spark of the divine. Habir ibn Hayyan produced one of the most extensive and symbolically rich bodies of esoteric writing in the history of Islamic thought. His collective works are vast, multi-layered, and deeply reflective of a worldview where spiritual enlightenment and physical experimentations were inextricably linked. The main sections of his corpus are traditionally grouped into several distinct categories, each filled with a unique function in his wider vision of transformation and sacred science. The first major body of his teachings is known as the 112 books. These form the philosophical and metaphysical foundation of his system. In these texts, Habir elaborates on his theory of balance. He believed that every substance was composed of four elements or elemental natures, and that would be hot, cold, dry, and moist. These qualities determine the nature of all materials, and if one could shift these qualities through alchemical processes, it was possible to transform one substance into another. Habir saw gold as the perfect balance of the four elements and considered its creation the ultimate goal of the alchemical process. His theory was not limited to physical manipulation. It required the alchemist to possess deep spiritual insight, as the transformation of metals paralleled the transformation of the self. A second major section of his work, called the 70 Books, is more practical in nature. It offers detailed descriptions of laboratory procedures such as distillation, sublimation, calcination, and crystallization. These techniques, though described with precision, were also layered with symbolic meaning. For Habir, the process of refining a metal mirrored the purification of the soul. Each stage represented a trial the alchemist had to endure, and each transformation in the laboratory was also a moral and spiritual transformation. The 70 books contain recipes and procedures, but present them in a cryptic and allegoric fashion, demanding interpretation by an initiate who had undergone proper inner preparation. Another group of writings known as the 10 Books of Rectification serves as a corrective lens for earlier alchemical doctrines. These texts seek to clarify misinterpretations, refine previous knowledge, and offer critical commentary on Greek and Persian sources. Habir positioned himself as both a transmitter and a reformer of ancient wisdom, creating a unified doctrine of alchemy that aligned with his vision of sacred knowledge. These writings show how deeply he valued intellectual precision as well as spiritual purity. The Books of Balance, or the Katib al-Mizan, held a central place in his thought. In these writings, Habir developed an elaborate system to measure and classify the properties of substances based on their internal balance. He proposed that every material could be described through a hidden set of ratios and correspondences. Letters, numbers, substances, planets, and qualities were all linked within a defined pattern. By understanding these balances, the alchemist could read the book of nature, uncovering the divine code that governed creation. Habir provided charts and symbolic diagrams that served both practical and mystical functions. This system was a kind of sacred mathematics, used not just to manipulate matter, but to harmonize oneself with the order of the universe. Beyond these main groups of writings, Habir also composed numerous smaller treatises that delve deeper into the mystical dimensions of alchemy. Titles like the Book of Mercy, the Book of the Kingdom, and the Book of the Element of the Foundation of suffused with spiritual language and moral instructions. These works described alchemy as a path to divine wisdom, a form of initiation that demanded humility, secrecy, and devotion. The alchemist was seen as a seeker who could not alter the natural world without first transforming his own heart and mind. In these texts, the alchemical metaphors become intensely spiritual. The furnace becomes a symbol of the soul under trial, and the elixir becomes a sacred light of divine mercy. Habir's system also incorporated deep numerology or numerological meaning. He believed that certain numbers possessed unique metaphysical significance. The number 4 represented the 4 elements, the number 7 corresponded with the planets, and the number 12 represented cosmic harmony. These numbers were not just abstract concepts, but living forces that shaped all reality. Habir created formula and symbols based on these values, embedding his text with hidden structures that only the initiated could decode. He was deeply influenced by earlier thinkers like Hermes Trismegistus and Zosimos of Panopolis, incorporating Neoplatonic and Pythagorean ideas into his own synthesis. One of the most elusive aspects of his work is his teachings on the elixir or the ixir or al-ixir. This is a mysterious substance capable of transmuting base metal into noble ones, but it was also a spiritual principle. To create the elixir, the alchemist had to undergo a complete inner transformation, passing through trials and revelations. It was believed that only one who had reached a high spiritual state could bring forth the elixir. This process symbolized divine grace and the soul's return to its original uncorrupted state. Habir also devoted a system of talismanic science, which drew upon astrology, sacred geometry, and elemental magic. He, he taught that certain materials had celestial correspondences, and that by performing rituals at astrologically significant moments, the alchemists could unlock their hidden powers. This part of his teaching reveals a belief in the cosmos as a living and interconnected whole. Every star, metal, word, and number had a role to play in the divine order. The practitioner who mastered these correspondences could align their soul with the heavens. The writings of Javier Ibn Hayyan form a vast and interconnected body of esoteric knowledge. They are not simply manuals of chemical procedures or mystical allegories. They are a unified system in which the physical, the spiritual, and the intellectual are woven into one continuous path. Alchemy for Habir was a sacred science, a reflection of divine wisdom encoded in the material world. Through it, one could ascend from the corruption of the earthly to the perfection of the divine. His teachings laid the foundation for much of the later Islamic and European alchemical traditions, yet they remain cloaked in secrecy, symbolic language, and spiritual demand. To walk the path he laid out was not merely to seek gold or power, but to become a vessel of wisdom, mirroring the order and balance of creation itself. Habir ibn Hayyan elaborated in great depth on the elemental qualities of hotness, coldness, dryness, and moisture. These were not just physical attributes, but metaphysical principles that form the foundation of his entire alchemical and cosmological system. Habir inherited these concepts from earlier Hellenistic and Aristotelian thought, but he expanded upon them with unique symbolic interpretations, fusing Greek natural philosophy with Islamic spiritual cosmology. According to Habir, all matter in the universe was composed of varying proportions of the four primary qualities, which is hot, cold, dry, and moist. These qualities combined in different ways to form the four classical elements: fire, air, water, and earth. Fire was hot and dry. Air was hot and moist. Water was cold and moist. And earth was cold and dry. Every material substance could be broken down into these elemental compositions, and through understanding them, the alchemist could begin to transform one substance into another. Habir believed that the key to transmutation lay in identifying the imbalance in a substance's qualities and correcting it through precise alchemical processes. For instance, if a base metal was too cold and dry, it could be heated and moistened in such a way that it gradually took on the balanced, noble qualities of gold, which he believed represented the perfect harmony of these four qualities. But these elements were not just physical. Habir saw them as carriers of spiritual meaning Hotness could symbolize energy, action, or divine power. Coldness could reflect withdrawal, latency, or hidden potential. Dryness often represented form, structure, or fixation, while moisture signified flexibility, receptivity, or the capacity to bind and unite. The interaction between these forces reflected both material changes in nature and internal transformation of the human soul. He went so far as to assign moral and psychological attributes to these qualities. A person dominated by dryness and coldness might be rigid and withdrawn, while someone with excessive hotness and moisture might be passionate and unstable. The alchemist's task was to balance these traits within the self as well as within the materials being worked upon. In this way, the laboratory became a mirror of the inner world, and the work of purification and transformation was both external and internal. Javier even created tables and diagrams to classify substances based on their levels of hotness, coldness, dryness, and moisture. These were not arbitrary measurements, but attempts to systematize nature's hidden architecture. His science of balance was a sacred geometry of the elements, designed to reveal the divine plan encoded in creation. Through manipulation of these four qualities, Javier proposed that it was possible to not only change the physical structure of matter, but also to elevate it. Just as the soul could ascend through purification, so too could matter rise toward perfection. In this sense, alchemy became a spiritual act, and the elements became channels for divine influence. In Neoplatonic tradition, the material world was not viewed as an independent or ultimate reality, but rather as a shadow or reflection of a deeper spiritual truth. Neoplatonism, which drew heavily from the teachings of Plato, developed a metaphysical framework where all of existence flowed from a single, ineffable source, often called the One. The source was beyond all comprehension, beyond being itself, and yet it generated everything that existed through a series of emanations. The first emanation from the One was the divine intellect, which contained within it the perfect forms or archetypes of all things. From the intellect emanated the soul, which connected the spirit realm with the material. This cosmic soul, according to thinkers like Plotinus and Proclus, gave rise to individual souls and also animated the cosmos itself. Finally, at the furthest removed from the One, the material world came into being. It was the most distant and least perfect reflection of the divine, yet it still retained traces of its origin. This descent from unity to multiplicity was not a fall in the negative sense, but a natural expansive expansion of being. However, the further away something was from the source, the more fragmented and shadowy it became. Matter was seen as the lowest level of the emanation chain, not evil in itself, but the most imperfect reflection of divine light. It was like the dim glow of a distant star, still connected to its origin, but obscured by layers of darkness. Despite this, Neoplatonism did not reject the material world. Instead, it viewed the cosmos as a symbolic mirror, full of signs and correspondences that point back towards higher realities. Every object, every pattern in nature was a reflection of an eternal archetype. The visible world was a great book written in the language of symbols, and the wise could read it to perceive the invisible truths behind appearances. The soul trap in the material realm was not doomed, but called to remember its origin. Through contemplation, purification, and philosophical ascent, the soul could retrace the path upward from the sensory world to reason, from reason to divine intellect, and finally to mystical union with the One. This ascent was mirrored in spiritual practices such as theurgy, which used rituals, invocation, and symbols to align the soul with higher beings and the divine order. Neoplatonic philosophers believed that beauty in the material world was especially potent. When one encountered beauty, whether in nature, art, or mathematics, it stirred the soul and reminded it of the divine harmony from which it came. Beauty was a faint echo of the perfection of the One, a lure drawing the soul back toward unity. In this tradition, everything was interconnected through a vast chain of being. Minerals, plants, animals, stars, gods, and humans all had their places within this hierarchy, and all were linked through correspondences that could be traced and understood. Alchemists, magicians, and mystics who adopted Neoplatonic ideas believed that by working with material substances in accordance with these principles, they could bring about transformation, not only in matter, but also in the soul. Habir ibn Hayyan, known in Latin as Gabir, developed a rich, symbolic, encoded language in his vast corpus of alchemical writings to veil his teachings from the uninitiated. His use of symbolic terms, invented letters, encrypted phrases was intentional and served multiple purposes. First, it acted as a safeguard against misuse of dangerous knowledge. Second, it mirrored the Neoplatonic and Hermetic idea that truth must be hidden behind layers, only to be revealed through contemplation, purification, and inner readiness. Lastly, it was a It was a literary device that reflected the metaphysical complexity of the universe, in which every visible reality was linked to an invisible cause. Among Javier's most famous inventions were coded terms for common elements, compounds, and operations in alchemy. He often referred to materials using symbolic metaphors taken from astrology, mythology, and sacred numerology. For instance, gold was sometimes called the sun, silver, the moon, and Mercury, the messenger. These were not arbitrary, but based on the belief that celestial bodies govern material substances, and thus the transmutation of metals involved cosmic alignments. He often concealed the names of active ingredients by referring to their zodiacal rulers. Such as the child of Saturn, or the dependent, or the daughter of Venus, which made the interpretation of his recipes dependent on both chemical knowledge and occult understanding. Javier also assigned mystical letters and numbers to each material and process, drawing upon Greek, Arabic, and Hebrew influences. Each element was correlated to a specific numerical value or geometric shape, reflecting the hidden harmony he believed governed the cosmos. For example, he would refer to an element by a number that only an initiate would know how to decode through the science of balance, or Ilm al-Mizal, or Mizan. This was not mere numerology, but a mathematical mysticism grounded in his belief that all things possessed an inner equilibrium of qualities, hot, cold, dry, moist, and that their numbers reflected the spiritual essence. One of the more arcane practices he used was the creation of invented letters and sigils, known only to those trained in his method. These were not part of any ordinary script, but represented esoteric relationships between materials and forces. Some texts included diagrams or talismanic arrangements, where such symbols would appear in the corners, possibly indicating planetary associations or metaphysical attributes of substances. These letters were often accompanied by permutations. These letters were often accompanied by permutations of divine names or fragments of prayers, implying that each experiment required an invocation of spiritual authority. His cryptid phrases and allegories often described operations as journeys, deaths, marriage, or purifications. For example, the calcination of a metal might be described as the death of the king, followed by his burial in the womb of the Virgin, referring to the sealed vessel. The mixing of sulfur and mercury could be termed as a wedding between fire and water, or the union of soul and spirit. These were deeply Hermetic and Sufi motifs, where the alchemical act was parallel to the spiritual transformation. Habir's language included descriptions of substances as animals or body parts. A corrosive acid might be called the lion that devours impurities. A white crystalline salt might be called milk from the bones of the moon. These poetic formulations encourage readers to look deeper or look beyond the surface and decode meaning through symbolism, not literal translation. In some treatises, he referred to distillation as the soul ascending the ladder of light, while the resulting purified substance was the child born of the union of heaven and earth. He also used paradoxes and contradictions to emphasize that true knowledge was hidden behind opposites. For example, he might describe a substance as both burning and freezing, both dry and wet. These statements were not errors, but meant to point to the idea that substances held within them the potential for transformation, depending on how they were prepared. In this way, his language was initiatory. It served to test and shape the mind of the seeker, just as the furnace refined the base metal. Habir encoded ethical and spiritual lessons within his symbolism. A passage describing the transformation of lead into gold was also about the transformation of ignorance into wisdom. The impurity in a substance represented vices, while the distillation process mirrored the purification of the soul. His symbolic vocabulary was thus a sacred grammar for both chemistry and metaphysical writing. Chemistry and metaphysics. His symbolic vocabulary was thus a sacred grammar for both chemistry and metaphysics, uniting the seen and the unseen. Habir's invented letters, symbolic terms, and cryptic phrases were not just puzzles or linguistic curiosities. They were a deliberate esoteric structure designed to veil the sacred sciences behind metaphor and mystery, so that only those with the correct disposition, intellectually, spiritually, and ethically, could uncover the truths concealed within them. Habir ibn Hayyan's numerical symbolism shares several profound parallels with Pythagorean and Neoplatonic thought, particularly in how he conceived numbers as both qualitative and cosmological realities. In all three traditions, numbers were not seen merely as quantitative markers, but as archetypal principles that govern both the material and immaterial realms. Habir's systems of numerical balance was deeply embedded in his cosmology, chemistry, in metaphysics, echoing the ancient Greek belief that the universe is structured by number and proportion. One of Habir's central ideas was the concept of balance, or meson, where each substance was composed of four elemental qualities: hot, cold, dry, and moist. Each quality was assigned to numerical value between 1 and 10. The substances were defined by their particular arrangement of these values. For instance, mercury might be described as possessing a heat of 6 and a dryness of 3, while sulfur might carry a different numerical profile. The balance between these values determined the nature and potential transformation of a material, just as in Pythagorean thought, where harmony depended on the ratio between numbers. In this way, Habir's application of number was not just observational, it was operative. The numbers allowed him to create a symbolic matrix of properties, elements, and processes that mirrored the Pythagorean musical scale or the Neoplatonic celestial hierarchy. Just as Pythagoreans mapped the cosmos using the tetractys and believed the soul's harmony could be expressed mathematically, Habir held that perfect substances had perfect numerical ratios of the elemental qualities. Transmutation was not simply chemical, but a movement towards numerical and spiritual equilibrium. Moreover, Habir associated numbers with the 7 classical planets and the corresponding metals, a pattern also found in Neoplatonic magical theurgy. Each planet had an influence over certain materials, and their numerical values were said to resonate with divine intelligence. In the Pythagorean and Neoplatonic traditions, the number 7 represented cosmic order, the harmony of the spheres. Habir embraced this structure and embedded it within his alchemical model, where 7 planetary metals moved in concert towards perfection, mirroring the soul's ascent through celestial spheres toward the divine. Habir also viewed the number 4 as sacred, reflecting the 4 elements and the 4 qualities. This mirrors both the Pythagorean use of the tetracytes and the Neoplatonic emphasis on the quaternity of nature. Quaternity. Neoplatonic emphasis on the quaternity of nature. For Habir, all combinations of material and spiritual existence could be reduced to permutations of 4 qualities in various numerical degrees. These formed a sacred geometry of being, in which all natural substances were variations of a divine mathematical order. Another similarity lies in the emphasis on 10. For Habir, the number 10 represented perfection in the completion of a cycle, just as it did for the Pythagoreans. The 10 grades of elemental balance defined in Habir's writings serve as a kind of spiritual ladder, where matter could be perfected step by step. Neoplatonists too saw 10 as the returning point, or as the return point from multiplicity to unity, one manifesting all things and all things returning to the one. Habir's alchemical procedures followed this logic, aiming to bring corrupted matter back into its proper, numerically balanced form. In this deeper philosophical writings, Habir explored numerical mysticism with letter-number correlations that were closely aligned with the Arabic abjad system, where each letter of the alphabet was assigned a numeric value. This is reminiscent of the Pythagorean use of letters as numerical and magical symbols, and of the Neoplatonic idea that language itself could be a reflection of divine order. In Habir's view, just as letters had hidden meaning beyond their appearance, so too did numbers conceal truths about the cosmos, the soul, and God. To Habir, number was the bridge between matter and spirit. It could describe chemical combinations, but it also described the cosmic architecture. By manipulating numbers, the alchemist was not only transmuting substances, but invoking the secret rhythms of creation itself. The Pythagoreans and Neoplatonists would have recognized in Habir's system their own vision of a world shaped and animated by number, a world where the soul, through the contemplation of right practice, could ascend by harmonizing itself with the numerical order woven into all things. Pythagorean numerology is a mystical and philosophical system of thought that views numbers not as abstract mathematical tools, but as the very essence of cosmic order and structure. It traces its origins to Pythagoras of Samos, a philosopher and mathematician who lived in ancient Greece. His teachings, deeply influenced by earlier traditions from Babylon and Egypt, established the belief that all realities could be explained through the relationship of meanings in numbers. For the Pythagoreans, the universe itself was a harmonious and orderly whole, created and sustained by numerical relationships. At the core of the Pythagorean numerology is the concept that numbers possess intrinsic qualities or qualitative attributes. Each number was believed to have a personality, an essence, and a cosmic significance. This belief went far beyond mere counting or calculation. Numbers were understood as symbols with spiritual meaning and were believed to shape not just the physical world, but the moral and metaphysical realm as well. The number 1 represented unity, the source from which all other numbers and forms arrive. It was seen as the origin of being, invisibility, or invisible, indivisible, and a symbol of the divine. It corresponded to the monad, the principle of totality, and the undifferentiated one from which the universe unfolds. For the Pythagoreans, this was the seat of creation and the metaphysical center of all things. The number 2 signified duality, division, and the beginning of multiplicity. It symbolized polarity, light and dark, male and female, day and night. It was the dyad, representing the tension and interplay of opposites that made interaction and change possible. Though necessary, it was also seen as the beginning of imperfection and contrast. The number 3 was associated with harmony and completeness. It symbolized balance as seen in the geometric triangle, which was revered as the first perfect form. The number 3 was used in spiritual formulation, including the triad of body, soul, and spirit. The Pythagoreans saw the triangle as representing the synthesis of unity and duality into a stable and balanced form. The number 4 was sacred for the Pythagoreans and represented structure and foundation. It was linked with the 4 elements, earth, air, fire, and water, as well as the 4 seasons and the 4 directions. The square, formed from 4 equal sides, became a symbol of material reality in the ordered world. The number 4 underpinned many sacred diagrams, including the tetractys, which was perhaps the most important symbol in the Pythagorean system. The tetractys is a triangular figure composed of 10 points arranged in 4 rows. It was venerated as a symbol of divine harmony and the structure of reality. The rows contained 1, 2, 3, and 4 points, respectively, and when summed together they form 10. The tetractys represented the harmony of the cosmos, the organization of music, mathematics, and even the spiritual ascent of the soul through successive stages of understanding. The number 5 was seen as a symbol of life in human experience. It was the sum of 2 and 3, representing the union of the male and female principles. The human being with 5 fingers and 5 senses was believed to mirror this number. In this way, 5 was linked to the microcosm, man as a miniature version of the universe. The number 6 represented perfection, especially in the natural world. It was considered a perfect number because it could be evenly divided by 1, 2, and 3, and those numbers also added up to 6. The Pythagoreans found harmony in this numerical balance and associated it with marriage, beauty, and the resolution of opposites. The number 7 was revered as the number of mystery, spiritual insight, and the sacred. It symbolized the union of the physical and spiritual worlds. There were 7 visible celestial bodies in the sky known to the ancients, and the number was also associated with the musical scale, as there were 7 primary tones. For the Pythagoreans, 7 opened doors to hidden knowledge and divine order. The number 8 represented regeneration and balance. It was connected to the concept of justice and equilibrium, as well as cycles in time. Because it could be split evenly into halves and quarters, it was thought to embody symmetry and fairness. The number 9 was considered a symbol of contemplation and initiation. It was the last of the single-digit numbers that was seen as the threshold to a higher level of reality. It was sometimes connected to the concept of the Ennead, or the Ennead, a group of 9 deities or principles, and was used to mark spiritual completion before the return to unity. Ennead, the Ennead. The number 10 was the sacred number that represented the return to unity at a higher level. It was the sum of the tetractyes. I have a hard time with that word. Tetractyes. The tetractyes. It was the sum of the tetractyes and symbolized the entirety of the universe. 10 included all previous numbers within it and represented cosmic wholeness and fulfillment. It marked the completion of a cycle and the perfection of divine order. The Pythagorean numerology and relationships between these numbers were just as important as the individual meaning or meanings. Mathematical ratios, especially those found in musical harmony, were considered to reveal the hidden structures of the universe. The ratio of 1 to 2 created the octave, 1 to 3 the fifth, and 3 to 4 the fourth. These harmonic intervals were believed to reflect the harmony of the spheres, the music of the heavens produced by the motion of celestial bodies. Numbers were also applied symbolically to human life in the stages of spiritual growth. The soul's journey was imagined as a progression through different numerical stages, reflecting increasing harmony and understanding. Even letters and words were interpreted through their numerical values using systems such as isopsephy or gematria, where words and names were believed to carry hidden meanings encoded in numbers. The Pythagoreans maintained a strong ethical dimension to their numerology. Numbers were not merely intellectual constructs, but tools for moral development and spiritual purification. To live in accordance with numerical harmony was to align oneself with cosmic truth and divine will. Mathematics was a sacred discipline because it revealed the order of the divine mind. The teachings were transmitted within secret schools and preserved as oral doctrines for initiates. The symbolism of numbers extended into every facet of their lives: ritual, music, architecture, and meditation. For example, the temples were often constructed according to sacred geometrical proportions, believed to attract divine harmony. Chanting and music were eh, eh, no chanting and music were used to purify the soul, aligning it with the numerical vibrations of the cosmos. Pythagorean numerology proposed that the universe was a mathematical expression of the divine. Numbers form the unseen scaffolding of existence, and by contemplating them, one could rise above illusion and enter into unity with the source of all. This vision of numerical cosmos inspired generations of mystics, mathematicians, and philosophers long after Pythagoras himself, deeply influencing Neoplatonism, early Christian mysticism, Islamic philosophy, Renaissance magic, and modern esoteric traditions. Okay, that is it. That is the end of all of it. I'm going to go through and see if we have anybody who has made any comments. We have Stacy S. said, "Hey, say my name," and I responded with Stacy S. and I welcomed her to the chat. Then I'll have a message from Brandon Sergio Mora. It says, "What's with the audio sounding like that?" I hear it sounding perfectly clear. Don't know what you're talking about. Turn your speakers up. After that, that was on YouTube. On Kick I have one from just another spammer trying to get me to grow my stream faster. And that is all that I have there. So, yeah, don't quite know what you're talking about, Brandon. I tested the audio out. Sounds pretty good from this side. I don't know. So, with that being said, thanks for stopping by, guys. We appreciate that. This is coming to the end of my episode for Esoteric Agenda. Like I said, the music at the beginning was from Mr. Robot, aka Illuminati, on Rumble. You can find his channel at Hacker Radio. If you guys like the songs, stop by, tell him you like the songs, listen to some of the music he has, leave comments, like, subscribe, and share. You can do the same here at the Wonderful World of Weirdness on both YouTube and Rumble. Feel free to like, subscribe, share, make comments down in the comments section. I really will respond to each and every comment that you make. And I'm talking about the comment section too, not the chat section. That's cool and everything, and I do appreciate that. But the comment section is really, really important. So go down there and say hi. If nothing else, you don't even have to talk about the topic. Just say hi and have a conversation. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. If you want to check me out, you can check me out on Rumble, YouTube, Kick, DLive, and Twitch. I believe oh no, I stopped streaming on X. Yesterday was the last day of my subscription to X Pro, and I will no longer be I'll no longer be going that route. I didn't really find very much use of it, to be honest with you. So I started out basically with the same amount of followers as I ended up with the same amount of followers as what I had when I first started X Pro. So I really never found very much use of X or Twitch or Twitter or whatever it was called. Same thing is actually true about Twitch too. I'm going to be thinning the fat here before long, and Twitch is going to be the next channel that's going to go bye-bye. I have to thin the herd, and Twitch is the next on the chopping block. So, like I said, if you guys enjoyed, I hope you guys have enjoyed it, and I will talk to you later. I hope you guys have a good night, morning, afternoon, whatever time of the day it is for you, and I will talk to you later. Bye. Whenever the Proto-Indo-Europeans and all of them migrated westward, that's probably where the word originated from, because it was so broad and wide. So that kind of stuck to me. Now, Zephyrus derives from Zephyrus, possibly connected to the word Zophos, meaning darkness or gloom, though it is also tied to gentler connotations. Zephyrus was seen as a mild, favorable wind, heralding spring and renewal. The Animoi were integrated into Greek mythology as more than just weather phenomenon. They were given genealogies, typically as sons of Eos, which is dawn, and Astrius, starry sky, connecting them to cosmic and celestial elements. And we went through and discussed Eos and Astraeus last week, and that's what they represent. They represent the dawn and the starry skies. The winds played a vital role in agriculture, navigation, and seasonal cycles, leading to their veneration and mythologization. Each wind's behavior influenced human activity and survival, reinforcing their importance in Greek culture. The Greeks used linguistic observation to describe natural phenomena. The names of the anemoi encapsulate their qualities. In other words, roaring, boreas, and gentle. Roaring, boreas, or gentle, Zephyrus. The personification of the wind was preserved and elaborated upon through oral tradition and epic poetry. Linguistic creativity allowed the winds to be characterized with human traits and narratives. The linguistic connection between wind, animus, or animos, and breath, spirit, anima, influenced the understanding of the winds as life-giving and spiritual forces. This duality of physical and metaphysical significance solidified their presence as deities. The concept of the animi influenced subsequent cultures and languages. In Roman mythology, the anemoi were adapted into deities like Auster, which is Notus, and Favonius, which is Zephyrus. The names and symbolism of the winds carried into medieval and Renaissance art, where they were depicted on maps and as part of cosmological diagrams. Now, with that being read, I am going to kind of dive into some pre-Greek substrate, because to understand what's going on with all of these terms and these names, we're going to have to understand the difference between Indo-European as well as pre-Greek substrate and what that was. Here in recent episodes that I've been streaming, I've been talking about how different cultures and religions learned how to migrate or integrate their belief systems into one another. They would converge them and create a new belief system, basically. And this is kind of where that goes into. So let me go ahead and get that started. So the pre-Greek substrate refers to the linguistic and cultural influences that existed in Greece before the arrival of Indo-European speaking people, such as the Mycenaeans, who introduced the Greek language. These influences are seen as remnants of languages and cultures that were present in the region during the Neolithic and early Bronze Age, long before Greek became dominant. The study of the pre-Greek substrate is based on evidence found in toponyms, personal names, mythological terms, and loanwords within the Greek. The pre-Greek substrate languages are believed to have been non-Indo-European, meaning they do not belong to the same language family as Greek, Sanskrit, or Latin. These languages may have been spoken by the people who inhabited the Aegean, Crete, and surrounding who inhabited the Aegean, Crete, and surrounding areas. Many Greek place names are considered to be of pre-Greek origin because they do not conform to Indo-European phonetic or morphological patterns. Examples include names ending in enthos or nthos, like Corinthus, Zakynthos, names like that end with it. Now there is also names that have SO or SSOS or SOS that go with, that are involved in that too, and that would be like gnosis or parnassus. Now, Greek inherited a number of words from the pre-Greek substrate, particularly terms related to agriculture, names of plants and animals, religion, and mythological concepts, local geography. These borrowed words often exhibited unusual phonological patterns or structures that do not align with typical Greek word formation. Archaeological evidence such as the Cycladic figurines and the Minoan civilization of Crete points to a sophisticated pre-Greek culture. Religious practices such as goddess worship and labyrinthine temple layouts may also have influenced later Greek cultures. Words from the pre-Greek substrate often include sounds and combinations that are rare in Greek, such as clusters of consonants or double consonants. The ending NTH, SS, TT, ND are common markers for pre-Greek influence. The proximity of the Aegean to Anatolia suggests that early Anatolian languages such as Luwian might have influenced the pre-Greek substrate. But with that being said, I also want to note that after further research, I did find out that the Luwian is in fact a part of the Indo-European language family. So that is something that I do want to point out. Luwian is actually a part of the Indo-European language family. So the unciphered linear A script of the Minoans represents a significant source of mystery in the pre-Greek substrate. While it is not yet understood, it likely reflects one of the languages spoken in Crete before Greek. The Cycladic culture in the mysterious Pelasgians, I have a hard time with these names, Pelasgians, often referenced in Greek myths, are thought to have been contributors to the pre-Greek linguistic and cultural landscape. Names of some Greek gods and mythological figures may have pre-Greek origins, such as Athena, possibly derived from the non-Greek source linked to local worship. Minos, the legendary king of Crete, connected to the Minoans civilization. Eulythia, the goddess of childbirth, whose name has no clear Indo-European etymology. Pre-Greek cultures likely contributed to Greek mythology through symbols like the labyrinth and rituals tied to fertility and nature. Much of the pre-Greek substrate is reconstructed from indirect evidence, as no written text apart from undeciphered scripts like Linear A survive. Scholars debate the extent and specifics of pre-Greek influence, with some attributing significant cultural and linguistic elements to the substrate, while others argue for more limited impact. The pre-Greek substrate likely encompasses influences from multiple unrelated languages and cultures, making it challenging to isolate specific linguistic features. So that is the pre-straits. Now, after that, I want to cover the Proto-Indo-European language. Now, I know that I'm going through this, but I do have a lot of information, and since I am the only one on here, this is a good time for me to get this out and do it on live stream so that I can I can actually get it on live stream. So what I'm going to do now is cut off the call for Skype because Angel is in my channel again, causing a nuisance. All he does is puts these quirky little memes in place. So I'm just going to go ahead and leave that one alone, and I will continue without my stream, or without my Skype. So let me go ahead and take that off of the stream, and I will switch my background to something better. Okay, let's see what we got here. Yeah, here we go. I'll do this one. So here we go. Let me go ahead and get started on the rest of this. Okay, so before I get started, I am going to check the audio. Today, I'm just going to go ahead and check the audio with YouTube from Rumble Studio. And even though I don't have to, because I just heard myself on DLive, so that was good. But still, I have to go into YouTube and set up the video to where it's actually in the playlist that it needs to go to. So let me go in and take care of that so that I don't have to worry about it after the stream is all said and done. This is the Cosmic Weave, and I do believe I have a playlist for it. I just have to figure out where it is. Well, now I'm kind of stumped. Wow. I can't find it. It's just a live stream anyhow, I believe. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, actually, I don't think I've actually made these into uploads yet. So Got it on live stream for the playlist if anybody wants to check it out. Today I've actually got a little bit of organization, and I have everything ready and set up to go on this one. Now I am going to do my countdown and then do an introduction like I normally do. I do that usually for editing purposes so that it's easier for me to know when to actually cut the video and where the beginning of the video is when I do the edits. So here we go. Let me go ahead and get that started. Actually, I need to go into Rumble too to make sure this actually is working. I always mess myself up by not doing that. Make sure that it's actually being viewed on there. Okay, yeah, I can hear myself, so I'm good with all that now. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Cosmic Weave here on the wonderful world of weirdness. I'm Roger Hanson, and I'll be your host tonight. Now, I left off the last time doing probably the same thing over again that I did the stream before that. And if I did, I apologize. I haven't had time to really go back and check it. But I am ready and prepared today to move further on in the topic. I apologize to anybody who has been watching and noticed that the streams have been getting within the hour range. The reason for that is that my schedule has been really messing up on me real bad, and getting these things put together and done upright has been a task for me, because I have to worry about the streams that I got to be on, do edits, as well as my gaming channel that I've been working on, trying to get back up and going the way it used to be. It's all been a chore for me, and everything that pertains to my writing seems to have fallen down into the gutters again, as it seems. I have an issue with that when it comes to my other channel, The Storyteller, as well. I've been wanting to get into writing more, and the more I try, the harder it gets for me, because other things creep up, so with that being said, like I said, I apologize about that. And today I actually pulled some stuff up that pertains to the Cosmic Weave, and I want to go further with it. So with that being said, let me go ahead and get on with the reading. So here we go. Now, humans can adapt to unexpected situations by relying on prior experiences. Now, with AGI, that they would need to demonstrate like a similar ability by reasoning through new problems without needing additional training. Now, AGI is a part of artificial intelligence. It has to do with the whole structure of how AI works. Now, earlier I've been talking about waves and like gamma waves and alpha waves and things of that nature. After that, I started talking about alpha and theta like waves, which are in the real world. Now since I've only got a few episodes for this season left, I have to kind of escalate this and make it go a little bit farther. And this is where I start talking about artificial intelligence, AGI, audio and things of that nature. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to start talking about audio in my last episode, because it's a lot more important than what people think it is. So with that, I'll continue. Now, AGI would need to demonstrate a similar ability by reasoning through new problems without needing additional training. Okay, that's to maintain posture. Okay, okay. Well, humans, like I said, can adapt. Okay, now to unexpected situations, and they do that by like maintaining posture, muscle contraction forces, motor skills, things of that nature. Constant communication is needed between the cerebellum and the thalamus when that takes place. Okay? Now, on the human side, with neuroplasticity, the brain can reorganize itself. Okay? Now, this is where we start talking about neuroplasticity. And like I said, humans have this ability to adapt to unexpected situations. And the way they do it is they rely on prior experiences. Artificial intelligence, particularly AGI, is working on doing that same concept, trying to come up with a way that artificial intelligence can do the same thing. Now we do that. We do these things, like I said, to maintain posture, adjust muscle contraction, things of that nature, and also for like motor skills, to execute them and stuff of that nature. Now, again, let me go back and say it again. Constant communication is needed between the cerebellum and the thalamus, and that's what I've been focusing on mostly, is the thalamus. I don't get too much into the cerebellum, but that is important too, because there has to be constant communication between the two, the thalamus and the cerebellum. Now, this is where neuroplasticity comes into play. Through neuroplasticity, the brain can actually reorganize itself by forming new neural connections within the thalamic circuits. Now, the genetic underpinnings of thalamic development and function, the thalamocortical loop, and the dynamic interplay between the thalamus and the cerebral cortex are essential for memory, attention, and decision making. Now, the thalamus is a hub for communication, integration, and coordination, playing a vital role in nearly every aspect of brain function, from motor control and sensory processing to consciousness and emotional regulation. Now, it's connected to other parts of the brain, particularly the cerebellum. It helps maintain a delicate balance of smooth and coordinated movement and things of that nature. Now, unique insights into the brain function and plasticity have revealed that personality and cognitive changes can occur due to damage to different brain regions. Unexpected cognitive recoveries have been observed due to the brain's ability to reroute functions over time. This goes back to neuroplasticity, okay? Now, neuroplasticity refers to the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life. This allows the brain to adapt in response to experience, learning, injury, or changes in the environment. When we learn something new, or practice a skill, the synapses between neurons can become stronger or weaker, and even new neuron pathways can be formed. This is the physical basis for learning and memory in biological systems. Reinforcement learning models this kind of adaptive behavior in simplified computational form. Just as the brain reinforces successful actions through positive feedback like pleasure, success, or reward, a reinforcement learning agent adjusts its future actions based on whether the outcomes were good or bad. The core feedback mechanism, reward and punishment, mirrors how dopamine-based learning works in biological brains, particularly in areas like the basal ganglia, which plays a key role in habit formation and decision making. Some of the algorithms used in reinforcement learning, such as those involving value functions and reward prediction errors, are inspired by how neuroscientists believe certain brain regions operate during learning. For example, studies suggest that dopaminergic neurons in the brain compute a form of predictive error, which is very similar to the error signals used in reinforcement learning to adjust future behavior. In artificial neural networks, especially when used with reinforcement learning, there's also an analogy to synaptic plasticity. The weights between nodes change over time as the system receives feedback, just as synaptic strengths change in the brain. Though artificial networks are far simpler than biological ones, the mechanisms for adjusting and learning share a conceptual foundation with neuroplasticity. There are several specific parallels between reinforcement learning in artificial intelligence and neuroplasticity in biological brains. Although they operate in very different systems, one being a computational model and the other a biological process, their methods of learning, adaptation, and behavioral modification show meaningful similarities. Both depend on experience to influence future behavior. In reinforcement learning, an agent takes an action and receives a reward or penalty based on the outcome. This reward guides future decisions. In the human brain, outcomes also reinforce behavior. Positive experiences or successful actions strengthen certain neural connections, while negative ones weaken them. This is the essence of neuroplasticity, which allows the brain to adapt by reshaping its neural pathways based on experience. A strong conceptual link between the two is the idea of reward prediction error. In reinforcement learning, when an outcome is better or worse than expected, the internal value of the action is updated to reflect this surprise. Likewise, in neuroscience, dopamine-produced neurons respond not just to rewards, but to the difference between expected and actual outcomes. When a reward is better than expected, these neurons fire more. When worse, they reduce activity. This biological reward signals help. No, this biological reward signal helps fine tune behavior in much the same way as computational learning signals. The changes that occur in artificial neural networks during learning resembles how the brain adjusts through synaptic plasticity. In computational models, the strength of connections between nodes, known as weights, are gradually adjusted to reduce errors in prediction or action. In the brain, similar adjustments happen at the synaptic level. Long-term potentiation and long-term depression are processes that strengthen or weaken synapses based on how often they are activated, mirroring how artificial systems update weights through repeated exposure to stimuli and feedback. Another parallel is the need to balance exploration and exploitation. Both artificial and biological systems must decide when to try something new and when to rely on what is already known to work. In artificial systems, this balance is often programmed through specific strategies or algorithms. In the brain, dopamine and other neurochemicals influence this balance, guiding whether to persist with a known behavior or seek alternatives. Over time, both systems can form habits. In reinforcement learning, as an agent repeats actions that lead to rewards, those actions become more likely and are repeated more often. In the brain, behaviors that lead to repeated positive outcomes are reinforced through circuits involving areas such as the basal ganglia. These behaviors can eventually become automatic, requiring less conscious thought or effort. Both systems also rely on interpreting current situations to inform decisions. In artificial learning, this involves representing the state of the environment with specific variables. In the brain, sensory information and contextual cues are processed to form an internal representation of a situation. The more accurately this state is interpreted, the better the decision-making process. Learning from delayed outcomes is another shared trait. Artificial systems use methods that help them connect actions with results that may occur much later. This mirrors how humans learn to associate early decisions with distant outcomes, such as studying now to succeed later. The brain has mechanisms that support this kind of long-term association, which is crucial for goal-directed behavior. Finally, both artificial and natural systems work together. No, both artificial and natural systems work towards achieving goals. In reinforcement learning, the objective is to maximize the total accumulated reward. In human behavior, goal-oriented actions are shaped by experiences, emotions, and planning, involving brain regions like the prefrontal cortex. While artificial systems lack emotions or self-awareness, the framework guiding their behavior based on goal pursuit and feedback is conceptually similar to how humans learn and adapt. Although the complexity of the human brain far exceeds any current artificial system, the foundational principle of trial, feedback, adjustment, and learning over time are deeply shared. Many aspects of reinforcement learning were inspired by observations on how the brain works, particularly in areas of decision making and adaptation. There are similarities between transfer learning in artificial intelligence and neuroplasticity in the human brain. Both processes revolve around the idea that knowledge or patterns learned in one context can be applied to another. This ability to generalize and adapt past learning to new situations is central to intelligent behavior, whether it's biological or artificial. In transfer learning, a model is first trained on a large dataset for one task, such as identifying everyday objects. Once it has learned to recognize general patterns like shapes, edges, or textures, the same model can then be adapted to a different but related task, like identifying medical images or types of vehicles, with much less data and training time. The foundational knowledge gained from the first task helps the model perform well in the new context without needing to learn everything from scratch. This concept parallels neuroplasticity in several ways. In the brain, when a person learns a new skill or forms a new memory, the underlying neural pathways adjust and strengthen. Over time, this new structure supports the application of that knowledge to other areas. For example, learning a musical instrument not only trains auditory and motor systems, but can also improve general cognitive functions like memory and spatial reasoning. The brain uses previously established neural structures to build and support new ones. This adaptability shows how past learning facilitates future learning in different domains. Another example can be seen in language. A person who knows one Romance language like Spanish often finds it easier to learn another, such as Italian or French. The neural circuitry formed while learning the first language supports the accelerates learning of the second because the brain can reuse previously developed structures, rules, and vocabulary patterns. This is conceptually similar to how a machine learning model, once trained on a broad task, can adapt more easily to a specialized but related one. Both transfer learning and neuroplasticity rely on the efficient use of prior knowledge. In artificial systems, this leads to faster training, better performance, and a reduced need for large amounts of data. In the brain, it allows for learning through analogy, pattern recognition, and flexible problem solving. Generative models in artificial intelligence relate to neuroplasticity in meaningful conceptual ways, although they arise in different domains, one in computational modeling and the other in biological brain function. At their core, both processes involve the brain or a machine generating patterns, representations, or expectations based on past experience, and both can adapt those representations over time in response to new inputs or environments. Generative models are systems that learn the underlying structure of data in order to produce new data that resembles the original. These models do not just clarify or label input, but instead learn how to recreate it, simulate variations of it, or predict how it might behave. Examples include systems that can generate realistic human faces, compose music, write text, or simulate sensory environments. These capabilities are based on the model's internal representation of patterns, correlations, and relationships that it has learned from training data. Neuroplasticity is the brain's ability to physically and functionally reorganize itself in response to learning, experience, or injury. It changes the strength and arrangement of synaptic connections, allowing the brain to adapt, create new skills, and even recover lost functions. This reorganization depends on generating and updating internal models of the world, what objects are, how events unfold, how languages work, how to plan actions, and more. The key point to connection is that both generative models and neuroplasticity depend on internal representations that are flexible and modifiable. In the brain, these representations are formed by networks of neurons that adjust their connections through experience. For example, when a person imagines a familiar face or anticipates the sound of a word before it's spoken, the brain is essentially generating expected sensory input from stored memory patterns, much like how a generative model might construct an image or sequence. Generative modeling can also be linked to how the brain makes predictions. One popular theory in neuroscience, predictive coding, suggests that the brain is constantly generating predictions about incoming sensory data and updating its models based on the error between expected and actual inputs. This ongoing refinement process is driven by neuroplasticity. When the prediction error is high, synaptic changes occur to correct the internal model, bringing it closer to reality. Similarly, generative models are trained to minimize the difference between their output and the actual data, adjusting internal weights or latent variables to reduce this gap. Another area of similarity is imagination and simulation. The brain is capable of mentally simulating experiences actions or outcomes before they happen. This generative capacity, envisioning a future event, hearing an internal voice, or picturing a concept, relies on networks that have been shaped by past experiences through plasticity. In generative artificial systems, the ability to process novel outputs is likewise dependent on prior learning and internal structure. Expectation maximization, a statistical method used in artificial intelligence and machine learning, resembles neuroplasticity in that both involve iterative refinement based on incomplete or uncertain information, learning to improve, no, learning to leading to improved understanding or function over time. Through expectation maximization, or though expectation maximization is a mathematical algorithm and neuroplasticity is a biological process, both share a core principle: adaptively updating internal structures or beliefs in response to feedback from data or experience. Expectation maximization is used to estimate hidden variables or missing data in complex models. It works by alternating between two steps: the expectation step, where the algorithm estimates the probability distribution of the hidden variable based on current parameters, and the maximization step, where it updates the parameters to maximize the likelihood of the observed data given those estimates. This process repeats until the model converges on a stable solution that best explains the data. Each cycle improves the model's ability to represent the underlying reality, even though the full truth is not directly observable. This process mirrors neuroplasticity in the brain. The brain continuously receives sensory input and uses it to update into internal models of the world. These models, encoded through networks of neurons and strengthened by synaptic connections, are rarely based on complete or perfect data. Instead, the brain makes predictions about the environment and refines its neural wiring based on whether those predictions match what actually happens. This is similar to the expectation step, where the brain forms a guess about the state of the world, and the maximization step, where it adjusts neural pathways based on the difference between expected and actual outcomes. Over time, just as expectation maximization leads to a more accurate statistical model through repeated refinement, neuroplasticity leads to more efficient, precise, and adaptive neural circuits. This occurs in learning a new language, mastering a new motor skill, or recovering after injury. When the brain interprets information or fails to anticipate an event correctly, It undergoes structural changes at the synaptic level to improve future performance, gradually maximizing its likelihood of correct behavior or perception. Another resemblance lies in dealing with ambiguity and expectation. In expectation maximization, the true values of the hidden variables are unknown and must be inferred. In the brain, many sensory signals are noisy, partial, or ambiguous, and the brain must infer what they mean. Through neuroplasticity, the brain refines its internal models to handle this ambiguity more effectively, just as expectation maximization refines its estimates to deal with missing or uncertain data. Both systems also rely heavily on iteration. One cycle of learning or updating does not complete the process. Instead, repeated exposures and refinements are essential. In expectation maximization, the model may initially be far from optimal, but after many cycles, it typically converges towards a better solution. Similarly, neuroplasticity allows the brain to gradually improve performance through repetition and feedback, as seen in how practice strengthens memory or skill. There are notable similarities between native language processing in the human brain and neuroplasticity. These two phenomena are deeply interconnected, and understanding one often sheds light on the other. Native language processing refers to the brain's ability to acquire, interpret, produce, and refine language from early childhood onwards. Neuroplasticity refers to the brain's ability to reorganize its structure, function, and connections in response to learning, experience, or injury. Together, they form the basis of how language is learned and used effectively. The most direct similarities is that native language processing fundamentally depends on neuroplasticity. When a child is exposed to language, the brain begins forming and strengthening neural pathways that correspond to the sounds, rhythms, meanings, and grammatical structures of that language. This is particularly pronounced during what is often referred to as a critical period, usually early in life, when the brain is especially plastic and responsive to linguistic input. Neuroplasticity allows the brain to wire itself in ways that support the comprehension and production of language. Fine-tuning phonemic awareness, vocabulary usage, syntax, and even social context. Another key similarity lies in adaptation. Just as neuroplasticity allows the brain to change based on experience, native language processes involve constant refinement. A child doesn't simply memorize language, they build it into their cognitive framework by forming mental models of grammar, word associations, and meaning. As they hear more languages and gain feedback through conversation and interaction, the brain adjusts its internal representations. This is neuroplasticity in action, adapting circuits to better support efficient communication. Furthermore, the process of learning new vocabulary or shifting language registers, like speaking formally in one context and casually in another, also involves plastic changes. Neurons involved in memory, sound processing, and meaning association must reconfigure to accommodate and use the new input. Bilingual or multilingual individuals often show distinct patterns of cortical organization compared to monolinguals, demonstrating that the brain reshapes itself to handle multiple linguistic systems. This flexibility is a hallmark of neuroplasticity. Even more, recovery from language-related brain injuries injury shows the brain's plastic nature. Individuals who suffer strokes or trauma to language dom- dominant dominant areas can sometimes regain linguistic functions by recruiting new regions of the brain. This compensatory ability is made possible by the brain's plastic structure and its ability to redistribute tasks to undamaged areas. From a developmental perspective, native language processing also illustrates how neuroplasticity varies with age. Children can often learn languages more effortlessly and with more native-like pronunciation than adults. This is because their brains are still in a heightened state of plasticity, readily forming new connections. In contrast, adult learners can still acquire new languages, but often with more effort and a heavier reliance on different cognitive strategies, like conscious memorization rather than immersive absorption. And biological processes in the human brain that govern native language processing are conceptually and structurally influential. No. The biological processes in the human brain that govern native language processing are conceptually and structurally influential in the design of artificial intelligence systems that aim to process language, especially in the field of natural language processing. While the mechanism, or wait, while the mechanisms in machines differ in substance, they are based on mathematical models, algorithms, and symbolic computation. The inspiration and conceptual parallels often come from how the brain handles language through neuroplasticity, sensory integration, and layered processing. In the human brain, native language processing depends on dynamic neural activity and adaptation. From birth, the brain continuously absorbs language data, forming associations between sounds, meanings, and grammatical patterns. It does not require explicit instructions, but rather learns contextually through experience. This adaptability, enabled by neuroplasticity, allows the brain to refine its understanding of language, accommodate regional dialects, manage ambiguity, and use tone, rhythm, and body language cues for deeper comprehension. Artificial intelligence systems attempt to mirror these adaptive capabilities through learning algorithms that train on vast corpora of human language. Instead of neurons, these systems use artificial networks, layers of mathematical functions that adjust internal parameters based on exposure to data. In the same way the brain strengthens or weakens synaptic connections, these networks adjust the strength of connections between artificial nodes to reduce error and improve predictions. One specific connection between biology and artificial models lies in how both systems handle language patterns over time. The brain learns that certain words often appear together, or that the structure of a sentence guides its meaning. Similarly, artificial models, especially those based on sequences, learn dependencies across words or sentences. Early models mimicked short-term memory in the brain, using mechanisms to retain and forget data in a regulated fashion. More recent models use complex attention-based systems to simulate the way the brain might prioritize certain parts of input while downplaying others, reflecting how people listen more attentively to keywords or emotionally charged phrases. The biological brain is especially good at generalizing from limited data. A child can hear a handful of examples and infer grammatical rules or use newly learned words in novel combinations. Artificial systems strive to reproduce this through transfer learning, where a model trains on one language task can be applied to another with minimal retraining. Though machines often need much more data than a child would, new architectures are being designed to improve this efficiency, drawing from cognitive science and studies of human development. Another point of relation is ambiguity resolution. Human language is full of polysemy, sarcasm, implied meaning, and incomplete grammar. The human brain resolves this using context, experience, emotion, and intent. Artificial intelligence systems approximate this through contextual embedding, mathematical representations of words and phrases that shift depending on the surrounding content. These embeddings allow machines to grasp different meanings of the same word based on context, though not with the same intuition or depth as humans. Emotional intent and prosody are also processed naturally in the human brain, enabling fluid conversations and empathy. Artificial systems are beginning to incorporate affective computing, which attempts to detect emotional tone or user intention and respond appropriately. This is still a developing field, but it draws inspiration from neurological studies on how different areas of the brain handle social and emotional language. In terms of structure, human language processing is distributed across multiple regions of the brain, such as Broca's area for syntax and Wernicke's area for meaning. Artificial networks similarly divide tasks among layers, with some layers focusing on basic features, such as letters or word shapes, and other capturing high-order structures like topic, sentiment, or intent. Artificial intelligence attempts to replace the outcome of biological language processing, comprehension, conversation, translation, and creative expression, using a fundamentally different substrate, where the brain uses cells, chemistry, and sensory feedback. AI uses logic, probability, and large-scale computation. However, many of the goals and even the principles, like learning from experience, refining over time, recognizing structure in variability, and resolving ambiguity, are deeply rooted in our understanding of how the brain processes its native language. Analog sound waves relate to neuroplasticity in a fundamental and meaningful way, particularly in how the brain receives, interprets, and adapts to auditory stimuli throughout life. While analog sound waves themselves are physical vibrations in the air, neuroplasticity refers to the brain's ability to change its structure and function in response to experiences, including those driven by sound. The interactions between the two play a vital role in sensory development, language acquisition, musical training, and even recovery from hearing loss or brain injury. Analog sound waves are continuous variations in pressure that travel through air and are captured by the human ear. These vibrations are then transduced by the inner ear into electrical signals, which are transmitted via the auditory nerve to the brain. The brain interprets these signals as sound, whether it's speech, music, or ambient noise. From the moment a person is born, these analog inputs begin shaping neural circuits through experience-dependent plasticity. During early development, frequently and varied exposure to natural sound waves helps establish auditory pathways. Babies exposed to language rich environment primates develop more robust auditory maps and greater sensitivity to the phonemes of their native language. The auditory cortex becomes tuned to the specific features of those analog waves, including frequency, amplitude, and duration. Neuroplasticity enables this turning process, reinforcing connections that respond effectively to common patterns in the environment and pruning those that do not. In adults, neuroplasticity continues to be influenced by analog sound, especially in contexts such as learning a new language or playing a musical instrument. For example, musicians often develop enhanced auditory discrimination and stronger connections between auditory and motor areas of the brain. Their neural structures physically adapt to the demands of recognized pitch, rhythm, and tonal changes. This adaptability is directly related to the brain's response to the analog qualities of sound, such as waveform dynamics and harmonic structure. Moreover, analog sound plays a role in therapies designed to harness neuroplasticity. Certain rehabilitation programs for stroke patients or individuals with auditory processing disorders use sound stimulation to promote cortical reorganization. This continuous, rich quality of analog sound provides more nuanced cues than digital approximations, which can enhance the brain's ability to adapt and restore function. Even in more basic cognitive functions, the timing and texture of analog sound impact how the brain synchronizes activity. The rhythm and flow of natural speech or music can entrain neural oscillations, patterns of the brainwave activity that support attention, memory, and emotional regulation. These entrainment patterns are another example of how the physical properties of analog sound can drive changes in brain function through neuroplasticity. The relationship between analog sound waves, neuroplasticity, and artificial intelligence emerges most clearly in the way AI systems are designed to interpret and learn from audio data, especially through techniques inspired by how the human brain processes sound. While AI does not physically replicate neuroplasticity or directly perceive analog waves, it draws heavily from the biological principles behind how the brain reacts to, adapts to, and learns from continuous auditory input. Analog sound waves must first be converted into digital signals for artificial intelligence systems to process. This process, called analog to digital conversion, captures characteristics such as frequency, amplitude, and timing, and samples them into numerical values. These digital representations become the input data for AI models designed for tasks like speech recognition, voice synthesis, emotion detection, or music analysis. The process mimics how the human ear and auditory nerve convert analog pressure waves into neural impulses from the brain to interpret. In biological systems, neuroplasticity allows the brain to adapt to variations of sound, learn languages, and understand tone, and improve comprehension over time. AI aims to emulate this adaptive capability through learning algorithms, especially in deep learning models trained on vast datasets of human speech or environmental sounds. For instance, an AI model might be trained on thousands of speech recordings in different accents, dialects, and emotional states, learning to distinguish between them in much the same way the brain adapts to auditory diversity. One clear connection lies in the development of machine learning models for speech recognition and audio classification. These models use layers of artificial neurons that adjust their weights based on experience in a manner conceptually similar to how the brain reinforces or weakens synaptic connections. Over time, the model becomes better at mapping audio features to language, much as a child learns to understand and speak by repeatedly hearing words and phrases in various contexts. AI also seeks to mimic the brain's stability to handle complex audio environments, such as distinguishing a single voice in a noisy room or detecting emotion from subtle vocal cues. These functions rely on analyzing the structure of dynamic patterns of audio, elements that originate in analog form and are shaped by the brain's plasticity during early exposure. AI replicates this sensitivity using techniques like spectrogram analysis, feature extraction, and temporal modeling. Recurrent and attention-based networks, for example, are designed to capture dependencies across time, which mirrors how the brain uses past auditory information to inform current interpretation. Emotion recognition and voice. Another area of overlap is informed by how neuroplasticity enables humans to detect subtle shifts in tone or cadence. AI models are trained to recognize these shifts as well, often using large datasets where vocal emotion is labeled. Through training, the AI adapts its internal parameters, approximating a form of functional plasticity that allows it to refine and personalize its understanding based on the emotional content of the speaker. Even more, self-supervised learning models are being developed to simulate human-like learning from audio without explicit labels, similar to how the brain learns language naturally from ambient speech. These AI systems listen to unstructured data and gradually form internal representations of phonemes, intonations, and patterns without needing explicit instructions, drawing closer to the unsupervised learning nature of the brain. Now, with that, I am going to end it here, and I will come back and do another episode. I thought I would be able to get through this with all the stuff that I had, but it looks like I am actually at the spot where I do need to come back and start it up again from this point. And we're already at an hour and 7 minutes, so I will come back with part 6 of this part right here, which is concerns the human brain and neuroplasticity, things of that nature. Like I said, I was having a hard time getting this information out and being able to do it, but I was able to pull some content, get it all organized and ready to go so that I could have it ready. I didn't realize that I actually did a good job of it, so I didn't think I had more than an hour of content to put out there, but I guess I did, which is good. So with that, like I said, I'm going to end it here. And next time when I come on, I'm going to get into the more philosophical, religious, or spiritual, whatever part of the cosmic weave that comes next after this, because I usually switch between them. I'll come back with that, and then after that I'll come back to this and I'll start talking about waveform shapes and how they relate to neuroplasticity, and we'll go from there. So I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, give feedback. I'd love to hear what you have to say. And with that, I am going to wish everybody a good day and in this stream. Hope you guys enjoyed. Actually, let me go through and check, make sure if anybody's actually made any comments before I get off here. Yeah, so no, doesn't look like we've had any comments whatsoever. Just to let everybody know, I am streaming on Rumble, X, VLive, Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. So if you want to check me out on any of those platforms, that's where I will be on. I am also on Teams as well as Discord. We have an actual channel for the Wonderful World of Weirdness on Rumble and YouTube, but on the other channels, it's just my channel, which is Roger Hanson or Roger_Hanson. So keep that in mind. I have playlists set up on YouTube as well as on Rumble that you guys can go and check out if you wish to. And with that being said, I will go ahead and end the show and talk to you guys later. I was startled. I thought someone had come into the kitchen. It all happened very fast, but the light from behind it did not pass through as it would a shadow. It was short and stocky and appeared as a silhouette of a person. It had a head. There were no describable features, including no eyes, shoulders, arms, and a torso. It disappeared too fast to take note if it had legs or feet. I sensed it was as surprised as I was and did not intend to be seen. Then our house caught fire. It was a major fire that started from a shorted TV along the wall of shadows in the den. We were out of the house 6 months while it was repaired. About a week after the fire, I stopped by right before dark to pick up a few things. As I came into the back porch and looked through the 6-foot hole where the picture window once was, I looked across the breakfast room at the basement doorway, and I sensed 3 shadows near the doorway. It was almost dark outside, so I did not actually see them. I also got a very bad feeling about them and told them by thought that the evil ones were still not welcome in the house, whether I was there or not. Then I turned and left without entering the house. I was quite rattled. Whether I had this feeling because I was also emotionally upset about the fire, I cannot say. The next day, I went back and it seemed the house was full of shadows, although I only caught a glimpse of them, as usual, fleeing into the basement. And I am not sure I really saw them, as there were no lights on down there, and the only light was from the windows. It was the only time I ever sensed that they tried to communicate. It seemed they were upset that they were not there because the house was all black. There was no light for them in the kitchen, and there were strangers in the house, the workers, every day. A few weeks later, burglars tried to steal a new appliance from the house. Everything was left in the kitchen by the back door. My daughters and I joked that they met up with the shadows and were scared off. Right there, I mean, she kind of gets into I think it's a female, but it kind of gets into the whole description, but like she catches on to the fact that, you know, you really shouldn't be able to see shadow creatures and be that descriptive about it. So that one I'm kind of on the wall about, you know. So what do you guys think about it? Was you able to listen to it?
Yeah, that was quite interesting. I think that's, maybe they're all genuine, but I think that's the most genuine of the lot of the stories so far, myself.
Do you?
The way it was written and stuff, I think it was. Maybe they were all genuine. It's not for me to judge, you know, but it's just the way that she was talking about them and stuff. I just got a feeling that I don't know, just seemed. And I also remember now, after listening to the stories, and she said she had a fire there. Sometimes shadow people, again, maybe who Kama was saying as well, but they're there as messengers or something. They can be there as like a warning, something's going to happen. And I have remember that reading that before, that sometimes they appear as if something's going to happen and to like to warn people almost, but we can't perceive what they're trying to tell us, so to speak. But I do think, as Karma said about hers were like white ones, I think there's different like levels to them.
Yeah.
You know, they're different, like some are more evil and others, and some aren't evil at all, and there's different, you know, just like human beings. There's good and bad human beings, isn't it, you know? So I think maybe it's the shadow people. But I just think that's the stories that we hear. and mostly about people saying about bad experiences with them. Maybe, as Karma said, she's had good experiences with them, so it's a different side of the coin, isn't it?
Yeah. Did you catch on to how she was able to talk to him mentally too?
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, because I sometimes communicate stuff with the other side, and more these days. It's almost a daily thing now. So I suppose I could get that. Yeah, totally get that. And I again, as after her saying what she said, I've sort of realised I've been seeing a white one going past my room the last few nights, but I haven't it's like what happens to me sometimes. I get a message or I see something, and it may take like a day or 2 days before I fully register what I've seen, and I think that's the case here. I think I've been seeing a white one as well. It hasn't bothered me at all. It's not been hasn't tried to communicate with me, but I do think I've been seeing it, like in the corner of my eye, so to speak, as you've said, other people do. I definitely think as I keep looking over, I think, what was that? You're seeing something, you're not seeing it properly, and I think that's what I've been seeing. So, because so I think that's, through talking, it's sort of come through to me now.
No, the evil ones, you know what I mean? But I would tend to go with what Carmen said on that too. I don't believe that they're really evil, because if you call them evil, that's pretty much a demon, and there's differences between demons and ghosts as well. Like, a lot of people don't realize, ghosts are earthborn spirits. Demons are just, they've never been earthborn, and then this with the shadow people, I just, from everything I've heard, I've never seen anything that would clarify if they were good or evil. You know what I mean? So it's kind of a conundrum, because they could be spirits, they could be, but they might not be spirits even. They could just be shadow people. I think that's what's so interesting about these stories right here.
Yeah, I definitely think they're from another dimension. I do think that, and we are sometimes seeing them and communicating with them and whatever. I do think that for sure. I think it's, as I said with ghosts and stuff before, it's almost like a radio dial. You tune to a certain frequency and bang, you're going to see ghosts. And I think it's the same with shadow people. You tune to a different frequency, you're going to see them, maybe communicate with them.
Yeah.
And with Karma, because of the high level of, I suppose you call it spirituality that she has, she's probably more, likely to communicate to them than me and you would, So it's quite fascinating.
That's what I was talking about with her, the one in the story. I mean, maybe she's got some senses that she's not even aware of, or she sees these beings and other people can't see them necessarily, you know what I mean? She's more in tune with it. She's got that frequency going on, like you always talk about,
Yeah, I was as I say, I've spoke to Karma a few times now on video and on your streams and stuff, and different ways. But the going slightly off topic, with the video, the interview she did, I don't want to say too much because I don't want to spoil your stream.
Okay.
Showed me a side to her that I hadn't seen, and it was like, wow. I honestly felt that's all I can say is wow. But I'm not going to say no more about that now. But that probably is why she's at the level where she can communicate with these shadow people, and maybe say I can't, or maybe you can't yet, because we're not there yet, Yeah. Maybe we'll never get there. Who knows? We don't know where life's going to take us. Maybe we will. I don't know. But yeah. So but honestly, she's got a amazing ability, and I probably don't know half of what she can do, but I think she has got amazing ability. So this doesn't shock me one bit that she's communicating, and doesn't surprise me one bit at all. In a nice way, and I really mean that in a nice way.
Yeah. Okay, so this one I've got right here, this is one that you'd probably like. It's called Blue People, Blue Shadow People, or Dimensional Travelers. I have recurring visitations from a life form that I call the blue people. They don't really look like humans, though. They are about 4 foot tall, and they walk erect on legs, but the knees bend backwards. Let me go ahead and copy that. But their knees bend backwards. They have 4 fingers and 2 thumbs, and roughly the same configuration on their feet. The toes and fingers are webbed. They have no shoulders and no neck. They just go up from the shoulders into the bulbous head. The face consists of 3 crescents that are arched down like a grimace. The shortest on top and the longest at the bottom. They are blue. They have visited me for about 5 years now, to my knowledge. They come late at night when everything is quiet. The first thing and the thing that wakes me is a high-pitched whine. That is followed by a white light that appears through the wall, door, or wherever they choose to enter from. They come in through the light when it opens enough for them to pass. I was quite scared at first and thought that I was having a lucid nightmare. Later, though, when they returned several times, I realized that they were benevolent and only curious about this world. They would walk about my room looking at things and try to touch things. For a long time, when I tried to speak to them, they would rush back into the light and disappear. I tried everything to set up some kind of communication. Only recently did I have a breakthrough of sorts. When I opened my mouth to speak, one of them rushed over and put his hand on my mouth. I got quiet, and it touched my eyes and then touched my ears. Then it touched the 3 crescents on its face, touching my eyes and ears again. One thing I must interject is that they have no physical form here. I mean, they are kind of like ghosts. So when I say they touched me, it wasn't like really being touched. It took me a while to put it all together, but I have done so, and the message is that they see with sound. My voice blinded them and scared them. It may even have injured them. I think that they are dimensional explorers, and I think that they would like to communicate. I'm working on different approaches to doing that. Yeah, when I first read that, that's what I was thinking. It would be more of one of those dimensional things, subdimensional. I don't see it as being a shadow kind of incident, especially blue people. That's kind of different. So, plus, he's getting a really good description of them, and you don't get good descriptions from shadow people. They're very quick. They move in and out. And they usually don't have a very good form when you do see them for more than a couple of seconds anyhow. So that's why they call them shadow people, So, are you still there, John?
Yeah, I was quite fascinated by that. Yeah, well, as you said yourself, they're in a different dimension, and there's no physical. They can't physically connect. It's just, to me, there's.
Ready to go. First, I gotta wait for Beam to kick in. I'm going to go to my content in Rumble, make sure that that kicks in as well and see what the audio sounds like there. Beam just kicked in. Strange stories. Get a real quick sound check on everything. See what it sounds like on Beam. Sounds good on Beam. And now I'm going to wait. Sounds good on Rumble. Okay, now X is kicked in. Let me go check on X. Sounds good on X. Sounds good on DLive, I believe. DLive is good to go. Twitch. Twitch sounds good. And so does Kick. Alright, so oh crud, I forgot to change the URL on Studio for Beam when it comes to first turn YouTube off. I have no clue where that went to. I'm gonna have to switch over to my Gaming with Infamous video or channel to see if that actually was on there. Yeah, that has got to go. And that, because that was just today, so that's where it went to. Okay, so let's get that taken care of. Switch it back over to the wonderful world of weirdness. Go in, do live. And today's episode will be Strange Stories. Now, this is going to be, it's going to kind of resemble my Mad Scientist episodes, but trust me, it's not. I'm going to be discussing the topic of resilience, basically, for human beings. It's going to be experiences that have happened in just everyday life. You know what I'm saying? That's the best way of saying it without getting too far into it. But that is basically, it's about the human endurance. It's remarkable survival stories and things that have happened when it comes to just everyday things. So with that, let me get this started on YouTube, and I will get it going, get the show going, get that stream key up on Beam Stream, and we should be good to go. All right, so let's make sure that it kicks in. Yeah, that's the one big advantage of doing it with these platforms. I was one of those guys who said, well, I'd never give up on my OBS and stuff, and I still haven't, but it is a lot easier getting this all set up and going before the shows. I mean, just to say, because I had to do a lot of preparation. I had to have everything organized and ready and put the way I needed it. It took about maybe 15 to 20 minutes to do, but now I'm right on it. So I have got everything set up and good to go by the looks of it, and I will be back here. in a little bit to start the show. Now, I I was debating on if I wanted to do if I wanted to actually do the music like I do, but I also decided no. I'm gonna do this one.
Long before the rivers knew their name, before the mountains whispered flame, a voice was born, a tongue untamed, a song that time could never claim. Long before the rivers knew their name, before the mountains whispered flame, a voice was born, a
untamed, a song that time could never claim.
Okay, so we still have 7 more minutes. I'm going to put on another song for the remainder of the time. I figured I'd come in and put something else on. Now, we do have some new stuff from Mr. Robot, which I was wanting to put on. So I'm going to put Redacted on from Mr. Robot. And I hope you guys enjoy it. So here you go. Okay, so with that being said, we are at the top of the hour. I am going to get ready to do the show. So as soon as it hits the o'clock, we are going to do it, and I'm just less than a minute away from that. So here we go. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Strange Stories. Today is going to be a little bit different than my weird science, like I said before the stream started, but it's going to be kind of like it. So, or it's going to be kind of like it, but it's going to be different. What it is it's not going to be into like the weird scientists and everything that I was talking about in the last two episodes. Now, this one is going to be about remarkable survival stories of different women, men and women, particularly head injuries that were dealt to them by things like gunshot wounds and things of that nature. And the reason why I did that is because, like, the last season that I did, I did stories about oddities when it comes to different people. Like I know there's a story of the Elastic Man and stuff like that, and I like doing stories like that because with me, I'm not all about like the UFOs and the paranormal and all that stuff. I'm also one of those Ripley's Believe It or Not kind of people. You know what I mean? I get into stuff of that nature as well. So I wanted to add that into this show in the first season, and that's why I incorporated the weird science in, and I'm wanting to bring this up as a part of Strange Stories as well. Also, before I get going, I want everybody to know, too, that the full version of this stream will be uploaded to my other YouTube channel called Strange Stories, as well as having this live stream. Now, on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, if you don't catch this stream or you don't see the one that's on Strange Stories, don't worry about it. After the first season of Strange Stories, which is posting right now, is done, I will do this season's 15-minute video clips of this season after that, if that made any sense whatsoever. So you'll have at least 3 chances to watch this. So don't worry about that. It's taken care of. But with that being said, I just wanted everybody to know that this is going to be uploaded also to, well, actually, Strange Stories. Yeah, I'm sorry. Strange Stories is not uploaded yet onto the YouTube channel Strange Stories, I don't believe. But Ancient Mysteries or Strange Stories, one of the two. But I will find out. I believe that it is on there. Not sure. But anyhow, I should have checked that out before I started saying it. I get confused with the two channels, so. Now, with all of that being said, I'd also like to say thank you to Mr. Robot for allowing me to use his music on the streams. If you guys want to check him out, you can check him out on Rumble. He goes by Columinati. And he also has Hacker Radio, which is pretty cool. He's got a lot of good mixes and stuff, so stop by and check out his music, and, leave him a comment, tell him how much you like it, things of that. Subscribe to him. He does pretty good stuff. So with that being said, I am going to go ahead and get into this week's topic, and it's the remarkable survival stories of men and women. So get ready, because here it comes. Now, throughout history, there have been incredible cases of individuals surviving severe head injuries that should have been fatal. All right. These stories not only highlight the extraordinary resilience of the human body, but also provide invaluable invaluable insights, okay, into neuroscience and medicine. One of the most famous cases is that of Phineas Gage, okay, whose survival and subsequent personality changes made him a subject of scientific fascination. However, many others, both men and women, have endured similarly astonishing injuries and lived to share their experiences. Phineas Gage, a 25-year-old railroad foreman in 1848, was working on a railroad project in Vermont when an explosion sent a tamping iron, a 3.5-foot long metal rod, shooting through his skull, literally right through his skull. The rod entered below his left cheekbone and exited the top of his head, destroying a large portion of his frontal lobe. Amazingly, Gage remained conscious and even spoke shortly after the accident. He was able to walk and ride. He was able to walk and ride a cart to the doctor even. Though he physically recovered, his personality changed dramatically. He became impulsive, irritable, and prone to fits of rage. His case was one of the earliest pieces of evidence linking brain function to personality and decision-making, revolutionizing the field of neuroscience. Now, after that, I'm going to go forward into the year 2009 in Mississippi. A resident by the name of Tammy Sexton was shot in the forehead by her husband, who then took his own life. The .38 caliber bullet passed through her skull, but miraculously didn't kill her. Not only did she survive, but she was also able to stand up, walk to her kitchen, and make herself a cup of tea before medical personnel arrived. Sexton's survival was attributed to the angle of the bullet and the fact that it narrowly missed critical brain structures. Now, after that, we come to 2024 with Maya James, a 26-year-old mother of two from Belize, surviving a gunshot wound to the head in a violent incident that took another person's life. Despite the trauma, James remained conscious and later recounted her experience, a testament of human endurance. Her case underscores the unpredictability of brain injuries. Some survive wounds that should be fatal, while others perish from seemingly minor injuries. Now, in 2020, in San Antonio, a resident by the name of Virginia Houston was shot twice in the head by her partner. Incredibly, she remained awake and conscious throughout the ordeal and was able to describe what happened to first responders. She made a miraculous recovery and later spoke publicly about domestic violence awareness, showing extraordinary strength in both body and spirit. A woman in Miami was shot in the back of the head while driving. Though the bullet entered her skull, she remained conscious and managed to drive to a safer location where she was later rescued and taken to a hospital. Her survival was due in part to the bullet's trajectory, which missed vital areas of the brain like I mentioned before. Now, the human brain is both fragile and remarkably adaptable. Survivors of extreme head trauma often provide neuroscientists with unique insights into brain function, plasticity, and recovery. In cases like Phineas Gage's personality and cognitive changes, they reveal how different brain regions influence behavior. Meanwhile, modern survivors like Maya James and Virginia Houston demonstrate how medical advancements and immediate care can dramatically improve outcomes. Now, the factors contributing to survival of these incidents include the trajectory and velocity of the object or the bullet. It also it depends on the location of the wound and whether critical brain structures were affected. Besides that, there's also the quick medical intervention and advances in trauma care. Now, other than that, too, the individual variability in brain resilience and healing is important, too. Now, these stories of men and women surviving what should have been fatal head injuries challenge our understanding of the limits of human resilience. From Phineas Gage's life-altering accident in the 19th century to modern-day gunshot survivors who walk into hospitals with wounds in their skulls. These cases highlight both the fragility and remarkable endurance that the human body has. Now, in neuroscience and emergency medicine, as they continue to advance, study of these survivors will help improve treatments and it'll deepen our understanding of the brain's ability to heal after trauma. The scientific community explains these extraordinary survivor stories through advancements in neuroscience, trauma medicine, and an understanding of brain plasticity. Now, I'm going to go further in the whole brain plasticity thing, but I'm not going to get too deep into like the neuroscience and the trauma medicine. Not really the trauma medicine at all, but maybe a little bit in the neuroscience. But anyhow, the brain has a remarkable ability to reorganize itself after injury. In cases like Phineas Gage, where specific brain regions were damaged, other areas of the brain may have taken over some lost functions. This is known as neuroplasticity, where the brain forms new connections to compensate for damage. Some brain injuries, despite being severe, do not always affect critical areas responsible for life functions, like the brainstem, which controls breathing and heart rate. If a rod or bullet passes through a non-vital area or avoids major blood vessels, survival is more likely, basically. In cases where individuals survive being shot in the head, the trajectory of the projectile matters. If major arteries are not severely damaged, blood loss can be controlled, which also allows survival. Now, modern medicine with rapid trauma care, antibiotics, and surgical techniques has significantly increased survival rates for severe head injuries as well. Even in Gage's time, rudimentary medicine, medical knowledge of like infection prevention and stuff like that played a role in his survival. Some people have anatomically variations of their brain or skull that may make them more likely to survive such traumas too. For instance, thicker skull bones or an unusual positioning of blood vessels that can sometimes reduce the severity of the injuries. Now, some survivors of extreme brain trauma exhibit unexpected cognitive recovery due to their brain's ability to reroute functions over time. Others experience personality changes, as seen in Phineas Gage, indicating that different regions of the brain influences behavior. Now, these cases continue to be studied in neuroscience and medicine, shedding light on how the brain withstands trauma and recovers from severe injuries. Now, later on in another episode, I am going to get more into neuroscience because that is something that is very, very important when it comes to weirdness with the topics that I cover and the people that I associate with. Neuroscience is it plays a very big role in that. So I'm not going to dive too deep into it. And in this episode, I really did want to make an effort not to get too deep into it so that I could actually get back to that later on and discuss it more in depth. I've done that on some of my older videos, which you can check out, but they were just little bits and pieces, clips that I added together, and so that I could first fix the audio on the old footage, and second, so that I could make it longer. So, but you can find it on some of my episodes or on some of my videos. You just have to look around for it. I believe on the cut there, I have some of it. The cut has a few things that mention neuroscience, and esoteric agenda may mention some of it. I'm not quite sure on that one though. But anyhow, after Phineas Gage's accident in which a tamping iron was blasted through his skull and brain, his personality underwent significant changes. Like I said, before the injury, Gage was described as a hardworking, responsible, and well-liked person. But afterwards, his behavior became erratic, impulsive, and socially inappropriate. He became rude and profane, often using vulgar language that he never had used before. He disregarded social norms and was no longer respectful towards colleagues and friends. He disregarded social norms, like I said. Then he exhibited inappropriate emotional responses, sometimes laughing at serious matters. He became unable to plan ahead or make sound decisions too. So he would start projects but never finish them, showing a lack of foresight, stuff like that. He also struggled to hold down a job because of recklessness and unreliable behavior. Gage became prone to anger outbursts, which he hadn't displayed before. Just after his accident happened, he just started having anger outbursts, So his temper was quick and unpredictable, basically, making interactions with other people difficult. He would become irritable easy and act on emotions without thinking. So it was just like his emotions would just go off and he'd snap. He no longer cared about his old responsibilities, despite being a model worker before the accident. His employers noted that he ignored rules and structure, which led to him being unable to return to his previous job, which he had on the railroad. And that is a dangerous job. You can't have people like that work on the railroad. Just so you know, I knew a guy by the name of Ed Hargett, and I knew his kids, and he was a railroad guy, and he had chemicals that was in one of the train sheds explode in his face, man, and it caused a lot of trauma to him. He ended up not being able to work for the railroad anymore. He did get some good money from it, but from the damage that was done to him physically, it wasn't worth it. You know what I mean? So that is something. You can't be working on the train or working for a train company and acting that way. It's dangerous for you and the people around you. So let me see now. Better stop getting distracted. Now, he eventually drifted from place to place and able to maintain steady work. Some accounts also suggest that he acted on base instincts rather than logical reasoning. His once thoughtful personality became impulsive and erratic. Some researchers compare his behavior to what happens in modern cases of prefrontal cortex damage, where patients act more on immediate desires rather than long-term consequences. Now, these personality changes suggest damage to the prefrontal frontal cortex, which is responsible for impulse control, decision making, and social behavior. Now, while he physically survived, those who knew him claimed that Gage was no longer Gage, indicating a profound transformation in his identity. Now, after that, with that story, I want to go on to Tammy Sexton. Okay, now Tammy Sexton's survival after being shot in the head is pretty remarkable. The incident occurred in April of 2009 in Mississippi when her estranged husband, Dennis Sexton, shot her at close range before turning the gun on himself. Despite being shot in the forehead, she was able to stand up, walk around, and even speak with first responders after the attack. Now, Dennis Saxton shot her with a .380 caliber handgun at point blank range. Okay, and that's a 38. Now, the bullet entered her forehead slightly above her right eye and traveled through her skull. Instead of penetrating deeply into the brain, though, the bullet followed the curve of her skull, exiting from the back of her head without causing fatal brain damage. Now, the bullet didn't pass through critical brain structures. Instead, it likely traveled along the skull's outer layers rather than deep into the brain tissues. .380 caliber round is relatively small compared to a higher caliber bullet, which might have also caused more severe trauma. After being shot, she reportedly got up, walked outside, and spoke to police officers, seemingly unaware of how severe her injuries was. This suggests shock and adrenaline that kept her functioning temporarily. Now, despite the severe injury, Tammy remained conscious and was able to talk to first responders when they arrived. She was eventually airlifted to the hospital where doctors treated her wounds. Miraculously, she did not suffer major neurological damage. Tammy Sexton's survival is one of the rare cases where a gunshot wound to the head does not result in immediate death or severe impairment. Similar cases have been documented in medical literature where bullets skirt the brain rather than penetrate deeply, allowing victims to survive against all odds. Now, Tammy Sexton's survival was extraordinary because the bullet narrowly missed critical brain structures that would have likely resulted in immediate death or severe impairment. The bullet entered above her right eye, but did not penetrate deeply into the prefrontal cortex, which controls decision-making, personality, and impulse controls. Now, if this area had been significantly damaged, she could have experienced severe cognitive and behavioral changes similar to Phineas Gage. The bullet did not damage the primary motor cortex, which is responsible for voluntary movement. Likewise, the sensory cortex, which processes touch and spatial awareness, remained intact. If these areas had been hit, she could have suffered paralysis or loss of sensation in parts of her body. The brainstem controls vital functions like breathing, heart rate, and consciousness. A bullet passing through or damaging this area is almost always instantly fatal. In Tammy's case, the bullet did not reach the midbrain or pons, meaning her autonomic functions were unaffected. Now, major arteries supplies blood to the brain. If one had been hit, it could have led to a massive hemorrhage and immediate death. The middle cerebral artery, which supplies much of the brain's oxygenated blood, was not affected. Now, these areas control memory, emotional processing, and consciousness. If the bullet had hit the thalamus, she could have lost consciousness immediately or suffered severe sensory impairment. Now, the limbic system involved in emotions and behavior was not significantly damaged. The bullet entered the skull above the right eye, like I said, possibly hitting the frontal bone and deflecting along the outer surface of the skull rather than penetrating deep into the brain. Let me just go ahead and say it did exit the back of her head without causing severe damage to the internal structure. Now, I've heard of this, okay, and the thing of it is when I actually started looking into this, I thought that it was like rare occasions that happened every once in a while, but the more I checked into it, I found out that this is happening all the time. Like, I think I've got a list of 10 people right now that just kind of skim over it, but there are tons of cases where this stuff has happened, especially head injuries that involve gunshot wounds. I think that is what is so amazing, that a lot of people have actually survived gunshot wounds of this nature. Some of them got up, went and talked to the EMTs and the police officers, and some of them didn't even know or weren't even aware that they had been injured and that their wounds were fatal if they didn't get it taken care of soon. That's something that really did stick out to me, and it happens a lot. It happens a lot compared to what you would think it would happen. You know what I mean? So that was something that I did want to touch on before I went further. Now, since speech centers like Broca's area and motor functions were intact, she was able to walk, talk, and interact with first responders despite the severe injuries. Adrenaline and shock may have also temporarily masked the pain and disorientation. Now, Tammy Sexton's case is an example of how precise bullet trajectory can make the difference between life and death in head injuries. All right, so that's her story. I wanted to end it there, and the next one I'm going to talk about happened in June of 2023 in DeKalb County. A mother experienced a life-threatening incident when a stray bullet struck her in the head while she was returning home in a Lyft ride. Now, the bullet entered her forehead, but miraculously, it did not penetrate deeply into her brain. Instead, the bullet followed the curvature of her skull, like before, and exited from the back of her head, narrowly missing critical brain structures. Now, this trajectory prevented fatal damage, just like before with Tammy, and allowed the bullet to narrowly miss critical brain structures, basically. The trajectory prevented fatal damage and allowed her to remain conscious and interact with the first responders as well. Okay, doctors were unable to remove the bullet, but she survived without major neurological impairments. So this time, they were not able to remove the bullet, and she still survived without major neurological impairments. Now, her survival is attributed to the bullet's specific path, which avoided vital areas of the brain responsible for essential functions such as movement, sensation, and cognition, just like before with Tammy. Now, additionally, her wig played a role in reducing the bullet's impact, contributing to her remarkable recovery. This case underscores the unpredictable nature of gunshot injuries and highlights how slight variations in bullet trajectory can significantly influence outcomes. Now, moving on from her, in late June of 2022, Regina Houston endured a harrowing incident where she was shot twice in the head by her partner of 19 years at their San Antonio home. Now, despite the severity of her injuries, she survived and was able to recount the ordeal. The exact medical details of her injuries were not publicly disclosed, though, but the fact that she could recall the events suggests that the critical brain structures responsible for memory, consciousness, and vital functions weren't irreparably damaged or irreparably damaged. Her survival underscores the unpredictable nature of gunshot wounds to the head, where outcomes can vary based on factors such as bullet trajectory, caliber, and immediate medical intervention. Now, in April of 2024, Maya James, a 26-year-old mother of two, was involved in a violent incident on the Placentia Road in Belize. That resulted in the death of her friend, 32-year-old Roy Lee Burgess, and left her critically injured. The shooting occurred in April of 2024 at mile 22 along the Placentia Road in Belize. Maya James and Roy Burgess were seated inside a vehicle when an assailant approached and opened fire. Burgess was fatally shot, and James sustained a gunshot wound to her head. James was shot in the head with the bullet entering her face. Following the shooting, bullet fragments remain lodged near her spine, necessitating urgent medical intervention. Despite the severity of her injuries, James survived and underwent multiple life-saving surgeries. To address her medical expenses, a GoFundMe campaign was launched to raise funds for the removal of bullet fragments. The key suspect in the shooting, identified as 31-year-old Ellis Megan, was apprehended in the United States. Now, Maya James survived in recovery, highlight her resilience in the face of life-threatening injuries, and underscore the complexity involved in such violent incidences. Several incidences in Miami, Florida, have involved women surviving gunshot wounds to the head. You have Ashley Rodriguez, who's 22, and was driving when a bullet entered through the left side of her car's headrest and struck the right side of the back of her head. Now, the bullet hit her skull, deflecting downward and lodged near her jaw. She was conscious upon arrival at Jackson South Medical Center, but soon experienced breathing difficulties and brain herniation. Emergency surgery was performed, and Rodriguez survived the life-threatening injuries. While holding her baby inside a parked car at a discount store, a woman was shot in the head during a dispute between two other individuals. She sustained a gunshot wound to the head, but remained conscious and was able to recount the incident. The victim survived, and the alleged shooter was arrested and charged. In January 2025, during a road rage incident on I-595 near Hiatus Road in Davie, Florida, Rondrika Davis was shot in the head while driving with her husband. She was hospitalized with bullet fragments remaining in her head. Davis survived the shooting and spoke publicly about the incident. A woman was driving south on I-95 near Northwest 62nd Street when she heard gunshots and realized she had been struck in the neck. She sustained a neck injury but was able to drive to a hospital for treatment. The woman was treated for her injuries and survived. Now, these cases highlight the unpredictability nature of gunshot injuries as well, and the resilience of the victims that were involved. The scientific community explains extraordinary survival stories, such as those of Phineas Gage, Tammy Sexton, and others who have survived severe brain injuries through advancements in neuroscience, trauma, medicine, and neuroplasticity, like I said before. Now, these cases do provide valuable insights into how the brain copes with catastrophic damage, and how medical intervention have improved survival rates. One of the most critical reasons people can survive devastating brain injuries and neuroplasticity can survive devastating injuries is because of neuroplasticity. Now, the brain's ability to rewire itself. The brain has built-in rudimentaries, meaning multiple areas can perform similar functions. When one area is damaged, another can sometimes compensate and take its place. Now, a good example would be with Phineas Gage. Despite losing a portion of his brain, which was the left frontal lobe, Gage survived because other brain regions adapted to take over some lost functions. However, his exhibited personality changes because the damaged area was because of the exhibited personality changes because of the damaged areas was responsible for impulse control and decision making. Another example would be Tammy Sexton, which I mentioned, and that happened in 2009. Sexton was shot in the back of the head, but the bullet passed through without hitting vital structures like the brainstem or major blood vessels. Some parts of the brain, especially the outer cortex, can sustain injuries without causing immediate death if deeper. Now, more critical areas remained intact. Okay. A key factor in many miraculous survival cases is the trajectory of the bullet or object passing through the skull. If a bullet misses major arteries, the brainstem, and essential motor sensory areas, survival is more likely. Some cases involve ricocheting bullets or partial penetration, where the skull absorbs much of the force. A good example of that is Maya James, which was in 2024, where a bullet entered through her forehead but exited without completely destroying her motor cortex or speech centers. Another example is Virginia Houston. She survived a gunshot to the head because the bullet missed her brainstem and primary motor functions. Now, again, I'm going to say medical advancements have dramatically increased survival rates for severe head trauma. And I do have to tell you that when I say it again, that when I actually went through and started finding all this stuff, I found out that there are a lot of people who actually have gone through this. This is something that's really, really amazing when it comes to the human body and how the brain works, especially, and the trajectory of the object when it hits the brain and where it goes, and it can bounce off of your skull and not cause fatal damage at all. So let me see here. I'm going to check and see if anybody stopped in. Yeah, we have Show Me Dem Titties, who started following on Beam Stream. And he stopped watching. He probably didn't like hearing the gunshot wounds. But we have 2 people watching on Rumble. I don't know who or how many people have been watching on X or D Live. And with Kick, I have no comments or anything else whatsoever. And no views at the moment. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and continue where I left off. So let me see here. Now, after that, I want to get into rapid emergency response. The faster transport and immediate medical interventions do help control swelling, prevent excessive blood loss, and minimize secondary brain injuries. Microsurgical techniques and neuropsychological repair is another part of it. But with me, I just done my weird science thing, and that's something that is very controversial to me because I know the history behind all that. If I have to go through it, then I don't know how I would feel about it. You know what I mean? There was a lot of bad things that took place in history concerning microsurgical techniques and stuff like that. But you don't know until it happens to you, basically. So I really can't sit and say that I wouldn't go through it. But anyhow, techniques like cranial decompression, removing part of the skull to allow the brain to swell without pressure damage, that helps prevent fatal swelling. Then you have hemostatic agents and clotting medications that can stop excessive bleeding. Then, like I covered this before in previous streams, immunosuppressants and infection control. That's another thing. That's especially the one thing that I would have issue with in cases where the skull fragments or foreign objects enter the brain. Antibiotics and immunosuppressive treatments help prevent infection and immune overreaction. If a gunshot wound does not damage the brainstem, the body's vital functions like breathing and heart rate can continue. That's another thing that needs to be understood. A gunshot to the head left some of these people conscious because it didn't disrupt autonomic functions in the brainstem. That's another thing that's very important. Now, you do have brainstem survival mechanisms as well. The reticular activating system, RAS, it controls consciousness and alertness. Now, if the RAS remains intact, a person can stay awake even after a severe head injury. Cases where victims remain conscious after being shot in the head suggest minimal disruption to the RAS. Despite medical and scientific exploration, some cases are difficult to explain beyond sheer luck. Okay. And that has to do with some things like bone density and skull structure. That would have to do with like thicker skulls that can deflect bullets. There's some some instances where bullets graze rather than penetrate deep. Then you have high velocity bullets, which often shatter brain tissue, while low velocity bullets may pass through with less destruction. So that's something to take into consideration as well. Now, survivors of catastrophic brain injuries often owe their lives to a combination of neuroplasticity, damage avoidance, advanced medical care, and biological resilience. Each case provides valuable insight into how the brain withstands trauma and continues to function despite severe damage. Ongoing research in neurosurgery, brain mapping, and regenerative medicine continues to improve survival rates and recovery outcomes. The brain's remarkable ability to recognize itself is known as neuroplasticity, the capacity of neural networks to adapt and change in response to injury, learning, and environmental stimuli. Neuroplasticity plays a crucial role in recovery from brain injuries, including severe trauma like that suffered by Phineas Gage, Tammy Sexton, and other extraordinary survivors of head wounds. When parts of the brain are damaged due to trauma, stroke, or disease, neurons can rewire themselves, allowing undamaged areas to take over lost functions. New neural pathways form. When a brain region is injured, surrounding neurons may sprout new dendrites and axons to reroute information. If the left hemisphere is damaged, the right hemisphere may take over some language or motor functions. In some stroke patients who's lost movement on one side, therapy and repetition help rewire the motor cortex, allowing them to regain partial functioning. That's one good example. Now, when a specific brain function is lost, nearby or distant brain areas can compensate over time. That would be like blindness and touch sensitivity. In blind individuals, the visual cortex can be repurposed to process touch and sound, improving skills like braille reading. Now, I do want to bring up Phineas Gage's personality changes too. After a tamping iron destroyed part of his left frontal lobe, Gage's behaviors changed, but he did remain functional. You know what I mean? Over time, his prefrontal cortex rewired, and it helped him regain some social abilities. The brain strengthens useful neuron pathways, and it weakens unused ones. That's called the synaptic pruning. Now, repeating use of a pathway strengthens it, helping recovery. You have things like speech recovery after brain damage. A stroke patient who loses speech, which is aphasia, it can regain communication skills by retaining undamaged language areas. Now, if one part of the brain is damaged, other regions can take over its functions. That's what you need to understand. All right, it can happen. A good example of that would be like bullet wounds to the head, which I've been discussing here. Some gunshot survivors retain cognitive abilities because the brain found new pathways to bypass the damaged tissues. Many survivors of extreme injuries like gunshots or impalement benefit from three key neuroplastic mechanisms. When primary regions are damaged, secondary areas step in. And a good example would be if the left hemisphere is damaged, the right hemisphere may assist in language processing. Then the brain redesigns its map of functions. So it's like a map of what its functions are supposed to be. The brain literally redesigns that. Another example is if the motor cortex is damaged, nearby regions may reassign control over movement. That would be like neurons that fire together, wire together, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Now, another example would be in stroke patients who repeatedly practice a lost skill. They rebuild connections. That would be something like that. Now, scientists are exploring ways to enhance brain recovery using stem cell therapy to regenerate lost neurons. And I have an issue with stem cell therapy when it comes with stem cells, period, with anything when it comes to doctors playing around with stem cells. Not big on the genetically modified stuff. So then they have the brain computer interfaces, which is the BCIs, and that's used to reconnect damaged neural circuits. Then you have neurostimulation, which is TMS and DBS, and that's to activate dormant brain areas. Now, neuroplasticity is the key to why some people survive devastating brain injuries and recover lost functions. The brain's adaptability allows it to compensate for trauma, providing that even after catastrophic damage, recovery is possible through reorganization, compensation, and training. During Phineas Gage's time in 1848, medical knowledge of infection prevention was rudimentary at best. The germ theory of disease was not yet widely accepted, and antiseptic techniques were virtually non-existent. Now, physicians and surgeons operated in unsanitary conditions, often without washing their hands or sterilizing instruments. Despite these limitations, Gage miraculously survived a severe head injury, which would have been fatal for most people due to infection alone. In 1848, doctors believed in miasma theory, which suggested that bad air, which is miasma, caused infections rather than bacteria or viruses. Louis Pasteur's germ theory, which currently identified microorganisms as the cause of infection, would not gain acceptance until the 1860s. As a result, doctors and surgeons did not sanitize their hands or tools, leading to high post-surgical mortality from sepsis, which is blood infection, and gangrene. Now, surgery was often performed in unclean environments, with doctors wearing blood-stained coats as a badge of experience. Surgical instruments were reused without sterilization. There were no gloves that were worn, and wounds were often exposed to dirt, bacteria, and contamination. Gage's injury was open and through, meaning that pus and fluid could drain rather than accumulate. In contrast, closed wounds often festered, leading to deadly infections like gangrene. Now, Dr. John Harlow, Gage's physician, kept the wound clean by washing it with water, a rudimentary but crucial step in infection control. Harlow also covered the wound to prevent excessive contamination, though antiseptics were not used. Gage developed severe infections, including fungal growth in his brain, yet survived. His strong immune system likely played a major role in overcoming the infection. In the 1860s, Joseph Lister pioneered antiseptic surgery using carbolic acid to sterilize tools and dress wounds. In the 1870s, germ therapy became widely accepted, transforming medicine. Then in the 1890s, gloves and sterilization became standard in surgery, drastically reducing post-surgical infections. Now, Phineas Gage's survival was a remarkable case of luck, resilience, and basic wound care in a time when medical science barely understood infection prevention. His case highlights how far medicine has come from unsanitary 19th century practices to modern aseptic surgical techniques. So I went through all of my notes on that. I am done. There were some parts in there that there were key parts in there where I really didn't like it because I know the history of it. But I am aware of some of the things when it comes to the history with Phineas Gage and how unsanitary things were back then. So it kind of gives you this dilemma, you know what I mean? Because I know like about the experiments when it comes to animals and the iron lung and attaching a dog's head to freaking another dog's to see how long they could live, you know, and that turns my stomach. I'm not cool about that. But at the same time, when you look at these injuries and you think about it, you know, it puts you in that state where you have to, you know, decide for yourself if it's good or if it's not, you know. So I put that out there, man. What do you guys think? You know what I mean? Make comments and let me know in the comment section so that I can talk to you, have a conversation about it. You know, if you enjoyed this video, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, whatever. You know, I mean, I'm always willing to talk in the comment section. So feel free to mention, give some feedback. You know what I mean? So I checked the stream and it doesn't look like there's anything actually going on conversation wise in the chat section. So I think I survived. And like I said, you know, this technically wasn't supposed to be a part of my weird science. It was actually supposed to be about the human endurance and survival stories of men and women who survived a lot of traumatic head injuries and things of that nature. It's something that I did want to cover, and I finally was able to do it, at least for one episode, you know what I mean? So, with that being said, I am going to go ahead and end this stream. I hope you guys have a great day, and I will talk to you later. Thanks for watching. Has anybody ever like brought it up about the age difference to her?
Yeah, it's all over the internet, isn't it, Austin? Yeah, all over the place. Yeah.
It's all over the internet. It's I don't know if anybody's ever brought it up to both of them together, but it's
They
all
have,
over.
you know, everybody's making fun of them, but
I didn't.
yeah.
I don't like get caught up in all that stuff. Now, for me personally, I don't like men who usually take erectile dysfunctional medicines are usually married men who've been like married to the same woman for like 50 years.
I don't know statistics on all this.
I have this saying about erectile
But
dysfunction.
I mean, she's 24, so he's 73, I think.
All right.
I mean, and he looks old, and I don't know.
She's just after his money. It's all.
Yeah. Well, it's like Hugh Hefner. Wasn't he the one that had the Playboy Mansion?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, another one.
He's sitting there. He's got like 5 beautiful women sitting by on the side. They're all my girlfriends. You know, none of them are getting a damn thing from this dude. You know what I'm saying?
Well, according to them, they were. You know, the one woman.
Yeah, whatever.
Like with him all the time.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Put a kickstand on it. You know what I'm saying? Pump it up with a freaking air pump and put a kickstand up. You know, kind of keep everything.
They did have some kind of balloon. They did have some kind of balloon thing that they could do to get it up to or something. A balloon treatment.
Boy, things are just getting scary on this freaking episode.
Yeah.
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 That's scary.
That's pretty bad. Hair Club for Men doesn't seem all that bad anymore.
What?
No.
Huh?
I said after this conversation, Hair Club for Men doesn't sound all that bad anymore.
No, it doesn't, does it?
It's like, hell yeah, dude, that's okay. I can do that as long as I don't have to do that erectile dysfunction shit.
Oh God.
The shots.
Well, that's. Well, see,
he was probably taking like testosterone shots or injections or something so that he didn't have ED. That'd be my guess.
Well, that would be okay because I know he could do it in the arm and everything. But like, is this like a secret freaking shot that you have to do directly in the penis? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what the shot is. It's actually.
Oh, I had no idea.
It is. But they were talking on a show about him, and they were laughing about it, and I was like, "What are they talking about? That's not anything you can do." And I looked it up, and I was like, "Oh my God, it is!"
That's
and they were fun out there.
Yeah, horrible.
That is horrible. That's horrible.
That's horrible.
As a man, I would have to say that he deserved to get laughed at. Okay.
Yeah, he does.
That's the problem. He's such a reputable coach, and he's been he's a great coach and had like 8 Super Bowl rings or something, and now it's just his whole thing is kind of his whole image bad.
His whole.
Oh, go ahead.
He should have been retired and off to himself somewhere, not out here doing this shit, making a total fool of himself like he is.
Right.
You know what's funny? Like he had a girlfriend before that was a little bit younger than him, and she's real pretty. And this woman's young, but I don't think she's as pretty as his old girlfriend. But
let's see.
No.
I'm 51 right now. Okay, I still got maybe 9-10 years where I'm actually gonna want sex. Okay, being realistic. Okay, but the thing of it is at this point in my life, I mean, I really don't care if I have sex or not. You know what I mean? And like when I hit 65 and shit don't function, and I'm not going to run around trying to make freaking organs pop out that freaking aren't supposed to be popping out at 65.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? Not because a woman's saying, well, we gotta have a baby. I'm
We're just gonna try to age with grace.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I'm not, and I think that's one of the biggest problems that a lot of these guys have today is they think that they freaking have to like do something to freaking make themselves have like, be sexually be able to do something when in reality it's probably not even freaking having to do with you. It has to do with the person you're with.
Yeah. Yeah. Love it.
Because if you're not happy with that person, you're not gonna freaking have the physical chemistry. It might.
That can be. I mean, when you're getting like in your 80s or something, I would imagine. I don't know for sure.
You shouldn't even be thinking about sex by then. You should be using freaking Viagra to freaking make sure you don't piss on the floor when you get out of bed. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it's true.
It's like cut it up into a little piece for every day. That way when you wake up, you're not freaking pissing on the floor.
Well, when like my boyfriend watches sports and like have all the commercials on there, of course, because it's guys watching the game. Commercials for all kinds of.
Well, baseball. Is it football or baseball?
Baseball.
Yeah. You get baseball used to be for like American pastime and all that stuff, but it like these commercials and stuff like that they're putting on it is horrible, dude. Like,
yeah,
it was bad enough back in the day, but now they're like putting. I seen that and it was like they're putting erectile dysfunction medicines on there.
Yeah.
They've got one for freaking what is it? Well, hair club for men. And then they have that GNC commercial where freaking she'll like it too.
Oh, him.
Yeah.
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 It's just about like your viewing audience. Like I noticed the local news, which again I don't watch that, but my boyfriend does. The women on there literally look like hookers, and that's what Gerald was saying. I said, but that's because they think old men want to watch these women. And the one woman, her lips keep getting bigger, and you can tell she's doing stuff. She's young.
Yeah.
She's got all
the demographic for baseball on the local news is old men.
Like, it's for 50 men that are 50 and up, I would imagine. But
yeah, that's what I said. Old men, 50 and up.
Done something else, and like she'll wear these real low cut dresses, and Gerald's like, what is she doing? I was like, he's like, what'd she do to her lips? And I was like, because they put those injections in her. She's put injections in her lip.
Well,
she looked like she looks like a porn star.
I guess I have a really bad sense of humor because I always try to make this joke about those commercials. Like they'd have these beautiful blondes staring out on a beach in the water, okay? And it had to do with erectile dysfunction. And I would always say that poor woman, man, having to suffer from ED, and nobody ever thought that was funny. I'm like, if you have a friggin' commercial about erectile dysfunction, why are you putting beautiful friggin' blondes on the commercial?
Yeah, like they're gonna be sleeping with those old men anyway. They're not.
Right. And it, I mean, if you look at it, it's saying this poor woman sitting on the beach, freaking looking out at the freaking water, has erectile dysfunction. She needs pills.
Yep.
I mean,
I don't know.
It's a fun
with paranormal, but it could, I guess.
Yeah,
yeah.
We went off the deep end ourselves.
Yeah, Yeah, I think we really fell off topic, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. We've been wondering about for a bit.
Well, when you start talking about Hollywood, I mean.
Oh well, yeah. You know,
Oh,
Jennifer, she was on an award show the other night. And she didn't have hardly any clothes on, but I'm like, you're getting. Even though she's got a great body, I'm like, you're getting too old to be looking like that. Why don't you just dress nice and you'll be attractive?
You talking about Cher?
Yeah. No, J-Lo.
Oh, okay. I was getting worried there because if it's Cher doing that shit still, somebody.
She is.
Somebody needs
She
to take
does.
her back.
Body re-imaged. It looks like.
She needs to be taken back to the nursing home.
Yeah, that's where she belongs.
With the guy about Austin's age, I think. Wasn't she Austin for a while? I mean,
yeah. Yeah.
Maybe he was wanting her money.
Well, I mean, you know.
Probably.
It's like I have a respect for these people who get on these social medias and they talk about the term gilf. They like, if you want to really see a real gilf, and then they put a meme of an old woman with those adult Pampers on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's what people really need to do to kind of show them, look, this is reality. This is what's going on. You know what I mean? Freaking, you look at the way that they push this stuff on the internet and all over media, like. Older women freaking have problems that they have to put up with, just like old men, you know what I mean? And there's nothing sexy about it whatsoever.
No.
They advertise so many drugs. It's terrible. Not just those kind of drugs, all kinds, constant. I hate that. I'm like, God, you know? And then they have all those side effects, like God, I'd rather not take the drug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your tongue's gonna swell up and you're gonna have a freaking heart attack.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Side effects may occur, like bleeding profusely from the eyeballs.
Yeah.
And
like that.
And then like death, you know what I mean? Like how do you call freaking death a side effect?
It can't cause death.
Well, I mean,
yes.
Yeah, may cause death.
Well, yeah, it's cool if they say that, but then like I've heard commercials where they said side effects include death.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, I've heard that many times.
I'm like, are you serious, dude? That is not a freaking side effect. That's death is death. You know what I mean?
The final effect.
Death is the end of it.
Yeah.
That's the final effect. That's it.
Yeah.
And finally, it caused death.
If you're suffering from erectile dysfunction, you should take blood. Known side effects are death.
I
Yeah.
Wow.
Don't use this with Botox.
Yeah. Yeah.
May cause lips to friggin' swell.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, so